Opening night for the Buffalo Sabres. It is Sabres and Rangers tonight at KeyBank Center for a 7 o'clock puck drop. We will have pregame starting at 6 p.m. right here on WGR. Alex Lyon expected to get the start in net. The rest of the starting lineup expected after the morning skate in a couple of hours. Baseball playoffs last night, the Blue Jays advanced past the Yankees, a 5-2 win in New York. They advanced to the ALCS and end New York season. They will meet the winner of the Mariners-Tigers series, which is going to a Game 5 today. Actually, that will be tomorrow, as the Tigers beat the Mariners 9-3 yesterday to even the series at 2-2. Cubs win over the Brewers to stay alive. They win 4-3. Phillies blow out the Dodgers 8-2. Same deal. They force a Game 4. Both of those games will be today. Phillies and Dodgers tonight at 6 o'clock. Brewers and Cubs at 9. Thursday night football tonight between the Giants and the Eagles. Giants a big underdog at home. They will not have Darius Slayton at wide receiver for tonight's game. And in Cincinnati, Joe Flacco is going right in. Was traded for earlier this week, and he is expected to start on Sunday for the Cincinnati Bengals. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
All right, everybody, opening night. Joe, I don't know if are you under contract to get a pumpkin spice milkshake?
Yeah, well,
have you agreed to terms?
I'm the pumpkin spice guy?
Yeah,
Okay.
right?
I have to be?
I mean, you
Of the group, I think I am probably,
I'm not against pumpkin spice in general, but you are someone that enjoys PSL season.
I do, even though, you know what's funny? I don't think
Pumpkin spice latte
I've gotten anything pumpkin spice.
No, not yet?
It's been too warm. It's been too warm. Today would have been the day.
Today's the day.
Today would have been the day, I guess. No, I will lean into it, and I will probably go for that tonight. Although, whole milkshake at the Sabre game.
I mean, that's something I would do if I was 11.
Right.
But now a whole milkshake?
I mean, I got a sweet tooth, but a whole milkshake at like 8 o'clock at night.
Same.
We'll see. We'll see how the game's going. Yeah, I'm open to tracking that thing down and giving it a shot tonight. Not maybe drinking the whole thing. Because it looks, the cups, the big souvenir cups they have look like they're pretty healthy size.
You're getting a souvenir cup. That's nice if you do that.
I like that part.
But, you and I will be at the game together. We'll just be in the concourse. Someone walks by like, hey, guys, what's going on?
They're going to expect me to be holding a milkshake.
Oh.
Yeah.
How's the milkshake?
How's the milkshake? Tomorrow people are going to want to know how the milkshake is.
Right. And is there a strategy for what time of game you get a milkshake? Early? Late?
I don't want it for the national anthem.
Okay.
When I'm standing up, right?
I like that definitive answer.
The camera's panning the crowd. Yeah. Everyone's got their hat off, and I've got my hat off. And I'm also carrying a giant milkshake with like a little pumpkin on top.
Songs you don't want to be listening to while drinking the pumpkin spice milkshake. National anthem, the good old hockey game. Yeah, it wouldn't feel right. Yeah.
Yep.
Hey, it's Sabres opening night. Who's got the fever?
I've gotten it. I've gotten into it. I've gotten optimistic. I still think the goaltending's going to be a big problem, but
whatever. That could be exciting.
But that's
if
right.
They can score.
Maybe they get dragged into more high-scoring hockey games because they can't get saves. I don't know. But yeah, no, I'm pumped up and excited because one of these years it has to just be the year, right? Eventually, it has to be the year.
Yes, one of them has to.
And it probably will be a year where you don't fully... You're never going to fully expect that's the season they're going to break it. right?
Unless they were to get McDavid and McKinnon in an offseason, then I might expect it, but yes.
No, this will be the best you do. It's, hey, I've got 7 people I've seen in the last week that have said they've got a 50-50 shot. Like,
Okay.
All right, I'm into it. Like, that's the best I think you're ever going to get going into a year until they actually finally make it. So this, I'm ready for it.
Yeah. I put up not a Twitter poll. I sent a poll to people that are in my text club. I have a text club you can be a part of. I asked the question, and I asked it like this, like where your Sabres fandom lies, where it is. A, all in all the time.
Yeah.
B, I'm a dormant volcano waiting to explode at the first sign that it might be worth it. C, I don't really check in until after football season, and D might have been like, I don't care at all. And out of like 100 responses, 100-plus responses, it was all A and B.
Yeah.
It was even the people that have checked out admitting, like, sure, I mean, maybe I don't watch every game, or the last couple of years I've gotten disillusioned, or whatever you want to say about it. Like, I've gotten to a bad spot, but I am a dormant volcano. And to me, this has to be the season for me this is the season of the dormant volcano. The team must be that. We must be that. We can get mad about things that go wrong if they go wrong. We can be mad in January if they're out of it in January. But for now, they're not out of it. And you know what? We might as well celebrate. We might as well get into it while they're not out of it.
Right.
And it's not like they have no chance. This is not a season where you start as the New Orleans Saints. All right, what are we doing? We're going through the motions here until we get a brighter future.
Yeah.
They're in it. They're tied. Well, actually, though, now they're losing because there have been games played.
There have been a couple, yeah.
They're tied for fewest losses.
Yes.
So, hold serve, I guess. I don't know. I feel like there are a lot of people, and I would put myself in this boat as well. The Sabres have had flirtations with good runs in the last decade. And I say decade because I know, Joe, I've come on the station and said, my wife has never really even seen me when the Sabres are good. She doesn't know how much it takes over my life. And there were pockets. There's the 10-game win streak here, and there's the Levi stretch there, but there's like 3 pockets in 10 years. It's not many. And I start to think that I don't even know myself if they start to get good. Will I even really go in like I used to, because it used to be about winning the Stanley Cup, and now the Stanley Cup is the playoffs. That's it. If they make the playoffs, that's the cup for now. Yeah. And then we can focus on the future. But this has to be their cup. And like it or not, I feel like we have to kind of get on board with that.
That just getting in
getting in is the cup.
Yeah.
That's it. That's Valhalla.
Right. Well, because I think that does a lot for you. It ends the stink of just that number that's always chasing behind you, which is at 14 right now and is already an NHL record by a lot. And every year that passes, it just gets more and more embarrassing. It's the first thing anyone ever mentions around the league when talking about you. It's the first thing that comes to mind is they have the longest drought the sport's ever seen, and it's still going.
And it's the second thing, the fans deserve better.
Yes.
Yeah.
Every single time.
Great hockey market. Fans really deserve a winner there. It's really been a rough go.
Right.
Yeah.
So that comes to mind immediately, and I'm not thinking this way. I think I actually haven't thought this way in a while. But I did going into the offseason, which was they better have a good offseason because the next time they bottom out, your star players might not want to hang around forever.
Well, Paul Hamilton,
how close are you to approaching the next phase of, these dudes have been here for 7 years, and how long can you actually ask them to continue to do this?
Paul said last week, his opinion is if it doesn't really turn around, that Tage and Dahlin are going to want out. His opinion. I mean, that's Paul. He's close to the team. He's been through a lot of these years, and he thinks if it doesn't turn around fast, that those two are going to want out.
I mean, those two have now been on the team longer than both Eichel and Reinhart were here. Right? Like, this is Thompson's, it's his 8th year with the Sabres. Dahlin, about the same. Like, it's approaching a decade that they've been here. They've been here for more than half of it, right? Or at least about half of the drought so far that they've been here. They were not the most important players when they first got here, but they've been around They're on the 10-game win streak team. Dahlin's on the ice.
Yes.
Yes. They're on that team. Tage scored a shootout winner, I think, during that streak.
Do you know how I know Dahlin's on the ice for the 10-game win streak? Because I was very proud of my line that I had, which was, look, it's the best Swedish defenseman in the world, and Erik Karlsson. Which I was proud of that.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's true.
Right.
But whatever.
So they've been around a while. So, maybe not the day for, look what's around the corner, but it's a big year. Not just because they probably have a chance and the division is definitely weak, but also because you got a ticking clock here.
Yeah.
That's kind of just hanging over your head like a dark cloud.
It is wild to think about that ticking clock because these guys here for so long. You're mentioning Tage and how long he's been here compared to Eichel and Reinhart, and the tank, if I may reference it. It is wild to think about. The Sabres were in the playoffs in the calendar year, the 2011 calendar year.
Yeah.
And by 2013 on the calendar, we knew it's time to bottom out. 2 years.
2 years.
Yeah. It was 2 years, and we thought, you don't have anything going for you here. You got to start over again.
Yeah.
Which I think, of course, still was the right idea. And then, of course, it's been 10 years because they didn't do it the right way.
Right.
Because they just hired some bad general managers and some bad coaches and didn't do enough. But 2 years, the idea that if it doesn't go well, they're going to have a reset.
Well, see, that's...
is the problem that they didn't have...
Maybe it wouldn't look like it did last time, where they would just punt on it and say, yeah, well, fine, we'll trade you. Because, reset? What do you mean reset?
Right, I know.
Reset to what?
I know. I don't want to get there yet.
Right, exactly.
I want to get to...
The idea, I think what's a win for this season? The minimum win, you might not even say that playoffs is the minimum win. That should be the minimum goal. But if they have a 92-point year and they miss by a point, that's going to be heartbreaking. But what that might do is keep everybody engaged throughout the year, and this conversation never exists. That throughout the entirety of the year, we're not doing this. We're not saying, what are Dahlin and Tage going to ask out after the year? If they miss by a point, that's probably never happening. Or at least we're never talking about it. We're talking about them making the playoffs until the final day of the season. If they have 70 points or 75 points, then that's probably what the whole year is about.
Yeah.
So, one smaller goal behind breaking the drought, which would accomplish this as well, I think it's just have a year that's good enough to where that conversation that I just brought up never happens.
An engaging season.
Right.
Have an engaging season. Yeah. Where it's a Thursday night, and I think, tonight's a big one. It's Montreal, and it's a 4-point game, and you got to get this one.
Yep.
And who's going to go in, and who's going to score an important goal at home. Have an engaging season.
And I do think they're good enough for that. It's just going to come down to whether they can get saves.
It might also come down to if the GM is willing to make a move when something needs to be done.
Right.
It's something... In 6 years, he's not really done. The Cousins move, the Cousins for Norris move, might qualify as that, but that feels like a bigger build move. And, of course, they didn't get the results on that one right away. So that might be tougher, but, they're kind of out of it by that point. But, yeah, you're in a 13-game losing streak. How about 5 games in, you're just going to do something to that? Or if the goalie situation is not going well, do what you got to do to try something else there.
Didn't you have a list at some point of, things they had done
since trading Eichel?
Yes. Yeah. Or even just the lack of moves in November, December, January.
Yeah, and that has improved since then because since that list, they made the Savoy from a McLeod trade.
They traded for Norris.
And they traded for Norris. So there have been some moves like that. But yes, there was a good stretch of 5 years where after the Eichel trades and the Reinhart trade and all that dumping off, you basically were getting guys I already forgot who they were. Eric Robinson and Malcolm Subban.
Yeah, bottom of the roster players.
Wait, who is that? These players are what? And free agents I'm going to forget a few more. Just bottom of the barrel stuff that's not really making any moves other than just signing guys. Girgenson's leaving was an event. And what did he do? He went to Tampa and just became
Not
a
like,
forgotten guy.
Yeah, nothing.
Meanwhile, here there was a big story about how he's so important to the fabric of the team. All due respect to him. So
he scored 2 goals last year in 82 games.
No, okay.
6 points in 82 games. Pretty tough to do. But yeah, also where is the GM at? Like, is he think he's in the whole organization?
He's got to know.
Lindy is the only coach in the league that's going into the final year of his contract. And Adams might feel like if this is bad this year, okay, like I'm not getting a 7th season.
And a third coach.
And a third coach, right? Another hire. Lindy might feel like if he wants to do this past this year, that it's got to happen now. Like
a third coach.
The organization might feel that pressure of, I can't be patient. I got to go. If I'm missing something December 10th, I got to go find something in the league that can help it.
A third coach hire and a fourth coach overall because he, of course, did have Kruger at the start of it.
That's right, yeah.
Anyway, 803-0550 is our phone number. Are you a dormant volcano? I guess that's what I would say about this. Like, on the Sabres, and, you know, I know it's gotten bad, really bad over the years. There have been bottoming out years, and they feel like the bottoming out years were more engaging than some of the middle years where they're just kind of not doing much of anything. Paul in Akron. Hey, Paul. Good morning.
Hey, good morning. I'd like to say I'm like a dead volcano because I don't believe in it anymore. Too many years have gone by. They still got the same guy on top. I'm not Charlie Brown kicking the football anymore, and I ain't even going to watch the game tonight. And I know a game hasn't even been played, but I wanted to call you guys a couple of years ago and say that because I hear this every single year from everybody. Oh, yeah, this is our year. This is our year. You know, until things change on top, I'm not going to do it anymore. I know I probably sound like a Debbie Downer, and the game hasn't even been played yet, but that's just the way I feel, guys. So
that's okay.
Have a good morning and have a good day.
Thanks, Paul.
Paul, they've earned that.
They have to win people back. There's no doubt about that. Like, their season ticket numbers are low. They got to win people back. I don't know. The one thing I won't necessarily agree with, I don't know that you often hear this is the year. I don't see that or hear that an awful lot. I mean, the years of Bottrell, I didn't think this is the year. They finished in last accidentally a couple times.
Right.
So, like, and again, like, I don't even know you're hearing it right now.
No, like, because I would say, like, if you pin me down right now and ask, like, what's going to happen this year, I think they're just going to miss.
Because of goaltending.
Yeah. I think they'll just miss.
On paper, that might be the most likely scenario. And it is kind of sad to say, but just missing, you know, having a Detroit season. Detroit had a year they're in a playoff spot for most of the year and then fall out at the end. Like, that'd be a great year.
Yep.
I know that that's not meeting your goal, but that'd be a great year. I'm watching and I'm pins and needles to see if they're going to get in because they've got, Jason Bottrell said it, 8 years ago? Meaningful games in March.
Right.
And we haven't really had too many of those. So if you're a dead volcano, does a volcano actually ever truly die?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah?
There are dead volcanoes.
Okay.
I'm fairly confident in that.
No, wait. A dead volcano, scientifically known as an extinct volcano, is a volcano that is no longer expected to erupt because its magma supply has been cut off or its magma chamber has solidified.
Well, there you go.
These volcanoes haven't erupted in a very long time, considered 10,000 years or more, and are considered to be permanently inactive.
But if the magma's been cut off, then there's no...
just need some new magma.
You can just get that, huh?
Hashtag magma supply.
Magma supply. It feels like 10,000 years also.
Right. Hey, listen, as long as it says expected to erupt, not expected to erupt, you know, that's...
yeah. By the way...
That's not dead.
The goaltending's not the only thing I think you need to have show up here. Like, honestly...
The other team is... Are you going to say special teams? I feel like
right. Like,
they were 24th in both.
Special teams probably should be the second thing I say because their power play needs to have a year, right? They've been bottom 10, I think, back-to-back seasons in power play especially. I was just going to say number 1 and number 2 center. Like, that actually looks pretty good right now. Or does it feel good? Norris, Kulik, 1-2. Like, that, the vibes are pretty good, I think, on that front. But it's not a lock. I mean, Norris, you have no idea if he'll be able to make it through the year. And if he doesn't, that's a problem. And Kulik is expected to take that big jump. I would anticipate he will. But it's not like we haven't seen a couple of young players throughout the last 10 years be expected to make a jump, and then they do not do that.
Yeah.
So you got to see it still. Cooley had 24 points last year, and Norris couldn't stay healthy. And right now, those two are leading what is, for most, the most important position in the National Hockey League.
Norris's career high games played is 66.
Would you take that right now?
I think I have to say yes, tying your career high.
I think I would take 66
in that season. He scored 35 goals.
Right. Yeah, I think I would take that. It helps when you have Tage that can play center in a pinch too.
Yep. Those two together.
I would take 66.
So that top line of Tage, Norris, and Benson, it looks like.
Yep.
Benson left practice. He looked like he got hit by a puck or a stick, but he was okay. Right?
Yep.
So, okay. That top line, I'm going to ask you to remember something that I'm going to refer to as magical, but again, it's amidst all this dormant magma chamber. The Tuck Thompson Skinner line for a year was electric. It was amazing.
One of the best lines in hockey.
It was amazing.
Yeah, it was great.
That line. And they were worth watching. And maybe with Norris and Benson, those two out there with Tage, you could have a legitimate, real top line. Not just top line on a team, but one of the top lines in hockey. You could have that back. I mean, I think with the first two, Norris and Thompson, the talent is undeniable. And Benson, maybe he finally goes from turning all that hockey IQ into hockey points.
Yeah, but he's not putting up the points Skinner did.
No, probably not.
Skinner had, what did he have that year? He had 35 goals and 47 assists, 82 points.
Pretty good.
It would be
amazing for
unbelievable.
Wait.
If he did, I think he'll. I know what you're about to say.
What am I about to say?
You're saying did I not say he'll get?
You said
70 assists.
You did say
in a year.
The ceiling for Benson is 70 assists.
Yeah, but I didn't say this year. I didn't say this year he would do that.
That's right.
Maybe he gets to 60, and you think he can get to 80 at some point. 60 points, not 60.
Not assists, not just assists.
Yeah.
Jimmy in Rochester. Hey, Jimmy, good morning.
Good morning, Joe and Jeremy. I'm at Mount Wanahakalugi because, we're over in Honolulu looking at these volcanoes erupting. I'm tired of the Debbie Downers here in Buffalo. Be happy. Sabres are back. The only thing that I want to talk about is the Parlay King. Let's go with Philadelphia. Let's bring that down to 6.5. Saquon Barkley over 40 rushing yards, and I'm taking the blue and gold today for a $1.50. I like the Dogs covering yesterday. We got the Kings. They beat the Vegas Knights. We got the Oilers, lost to the Flames. A lot of money going out, so let's get those Dogs to keep barking tonight. So I got Philadelphia minus 6.5. And I'm calling on the blue and gold to cover, maybe win, minus 120 for New York. I don't like Sullivan in New York. He got shut out. Let's go. I'm going to the game. Keep high spirits. Stop the Debbie Downers in Buffalo. Be happy. We got 87 degrees on Monday. We had it. I was on the golf course. Let's go, boys. Let's go, Sabres. Let's go, Bills. Keep the sunshine going. Peace.
Thanks, Jimmy. We're hitting the golf course today. It's 56, and I'd rather it be 56 than 87.
Yeah.
But
also,
that's not being Debbie Downer. That's celebrating 56.
Did he lead off saying, let's get the Dogs going tonight, like as in the underdogs, by leading off with, I'm going with the football team that's favored by a touchone? Is that how that started?
Didn't he say he wanted to tease it up, though?
Oh, okay.
6.5?
Oh, yeah, that's right. Well, I think that's what it is.
Okay.
But anyways, the one thing I will never do with Sabre fans is blame anybody for being a Debbie Downer.
Also,
ever. They've earned the whole fan base being Debbie Downers.
Yeah.
I think they're lucky that the whole fan base isn't Debbie Downers. Most fan bases would have checked out.
Yes.
Half of them, what happened when Florida was they were in an 8-year drought and were terrible for decades. What happened? What happens then? The fans check out. The team does not exist in that market when they're bad.
Yeah,
Here, you're lucky there is passion that even is negative.
I also think that we are definitely not being Debbie Downers.
We're not, definitely.
We're actively saying, let's go. Let's see if we can do it. Not out of it yet. 803-0550.
By the way, Kings last night, I can't believe when I went to bed that they woke up this morning, they won that game. Did you see any of the highlights?
No.
Eichel and Marner are going to destroy the league. They look unbelievable together.
Sweet.
Marner and Eichel are crazy good together. That's going to be a nightly. Eichel had 4 points last night. I think did Marner have 4 also? I don't know. But yeah, they lost.
Well,
so I guess it's kind of like the Chiefs on Monday night. Like, you see how good they look? They lost, but they looked amazing.
Do we now have Reinhart and Ekblad from the same draft class playing together, and we also Marner was the
Marner was the Eichel draft.
Yeah, so Eichel and the second and the fourth pick
he
playing
went
together.
fifth, I think. Actually, Hannafin went fourth. No, Dylan Strome went third.
Right. Dylan
Strome third, Hannafin fourth, Marner 5. So that's 3 of the top 5 on the same team because Hannafin's on Vegas.
It's probably going to be good for them.
Yeah.
803-0550. Last time, I remember this game because tonight, near sellout vibes, Rangers are here. Last time the Sabres and Rangers played to open a season and the vibes were high, Alexis Lafreniere scored .347 into the game for the Rangers. They went out to a 3-0 lead and won 5-1. And that was the worst hockey game I've ever been to in my life. One of them.
So get through the first 5 minutes without giving up a goal tonight?
347.
That'd be nice.
347 against the Rangers. Get through 347. Progress, baby. 803-0550. Seriously, though, I want to have a season, and I know a lot of you do as well. If you're on hold, get your calls, 803-0550. Fire up your magma chamber, I guess. Check it on your magma chamber on your dormant volcano. Jeremy and Joe, Marty Baron at 8. We'll talk with him. We'll check in with Paul as well. Plenty on the Bills as we get ready for the Bills and Falcons. And Thursday Night Football tonight, Eagles and Giants. Lots and lots to get to. But it is opening night at KeyBank Center. Jeremy and Joe talking Sabres here on WGR. Hey, it's Sabres opening night. Who's got the fever?
I've gotten it. I've gotten into it. I've gotten optimistic. I still think the goaltending's going to be a big problem, but
whatever. That could be exciting.
But that's
if
right.
They can score.
Maybe they get dragged into more high-scoring hockey games because they can't get saves. I don't know. But yeah, no, I'm pumped up and excited because one of these years it has to just be the year, right? Eventually, it has to be the year.
Yes, one of them has to.
And it probably will be a year where you don't fully... You're never going to fully expect that's the season they're going to break it, right?
Unless they were to get McDavid and McKinnon in an offseason, then I might expect it, but yes.
No, this will be the best you do. It's, hey, I've got 7 people I've seen in the last week that have said they've got a 50-50 shot. All right, I'm into it. That's the best I think you're ever going to get going into a year until they actually finally make it. So this is I'm ready for it.
Yeah.
I'm not thinking this way. I think I actually haven't thought this way in a while. But I did going into the offseason, which was they better have a good offseason because the next time they bottom out, your star players might not want to hang around forever.
Well, Paul Hamilton,
how close are you to approaching the next phase of, these dudes have been here for 7 years, and how long can you actually ask them to continue to do this?
Paul said last week, his opinion is if it doesn't really turn around, that Tage and Dahlin are going to want out. His opinion. I mean, that's Paul. He's close to the team. He's been through a lot of these years, and he thinks if it doesn't turn around fast, that those two are going to want out.
I mean, those two have now been on the team longer than both Eichel and Reinhart were here, right? This is Thompson's it's his 8th year with the Sabres.
Mm-hmm.
Dahlin about the same. It's approaching a decade that they've been here. They've been here for more than half of it, right? Or at least about half of the drought so far that they've been here. They were not the most important players when they first got here, but they've been around for, they're on the 10-game win streak team. Dahlin's on the ice.
Yes. Yes.
They're on that team. Tage scored a shootout winner, I think, during that streak.
Do you know how I know Dahlin's on the ice for the 10-game win streak? Because I was very proud of my line that I had, which was, look, it's the best Swedish defenseman in the world, and Erik Karlsson. Which I was proud of that.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's true.
Right.
But whatever.
So they've been around a while. So, maybe not the day for, look what's around the corner, but it's a big year, not just because they probably have a chance and the division is definitely weak, but also because, you got a ticking clock here.
Yeah.
That's kind of just hanging over your head like a dark cloud. Opening night for the Sabres tonight, 7 o'clock against the New York Rangers. We'll have pregame starting at 6 here on WGR. Alex Lyon expected to be in goal for the Sabres tonight. Thursday night football between the Giants and the Eagles. The Eagles are a big favorite on the road against Jackson Dart, and the Giants just after 8 o'clock for kickoff there. Joe Flacco's going right in for the Bengals. Was traded for earlier this week, and he is expected to start this weekend for Cincinnati. Baseball last night, the Blue Jays advanced, beating the Yankees 5-2 in Game 4. They advanced the ALCS, where they will meet the winner of Tigers and Mariners, which is going to a 5th game after Detroit won yesterday big. That will be on Friday. Other scores from yesterday in the majors. The Phillies stay alive against the Dodgers with an 8-2 win, forcing a Game 4 there. Cubs do the same with a 4-3 win against the Brewers. Both of those series will be in action again tonight. 6 o'clock for Phillies, Dodgers, 9 o'clock for Brewers and Cubs. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
That'll be a good thing, having tough decisions. We wanted it to be a competitive camp, and I think you're right. With IR, there were some decisions that were probably easier to make. We, in all likelihood, will have some tougher ones coming up. Competition should spur on better play by everybody, too.
Sabres head coach Lindy Ruff. Samuelson and Power both expected to be good to go. They were both at practice yesterday.
Yes.
How long will Samuelson stay in the lineup regularly?
20 games.
And then get hurt or lose a job?
He probably doesn't lose the job.
Just gets hurt because he tends to?
Yeah. Like, he's going to play fewer minutes than I would imagine he ever has all year, so maybe that helps him to staying healthy and helps him to meet a level of expectation where he could be in the lineup. I mean, he's played 19 minutes a night, 20 minutes a night, 22 minutes a night in the last 3 years. What is that this year, 17?
Yeah, maybe.
Like, it's not going to be anywhere near, of course, where it was when he was on the top pair. Unless other guys get hurt, he's got to go to the top pair, which you hope doesn't happen. So,
we'll talk with Marty Baron at 8 o'clock this morning, and we'll check in with Paul a little bit later as well, talking Sabres opener a little bit as they look to end the longest playoff drought in the NHL. The good news is, I think the Jets drought is still going to go on. The Jets have
wait, you think?
Yeah.
You think they're going to miss?
Have the longest drought, and that means that the Sabres here have a chance to avoid being the longest drought in North American sports. Because that is the Jets, just based on the time of year that their season starts.
A few months.
That's right.
Yeah.
So they've had a longer drought on the calendar, and that's going to extend to next year. And maybe the next year, and maybe the next. So
I was going to say, they don't look anywhere near getting there, right?
But if they got the right quarterback, things can change pretty quickly, as most people know. They're watching football. So, get in this year, and you just don't ever hold that crown.
Right. Avoid that entirely. It's not impossible, by the way, they could make it, and then Detroit breaks their record.
True.
In the next 4 or 5 years. Because I think they're at 9 or 10.
The Red Wings?
Yeah. Like, they have, the 4th longest drought in NHL history. So, your record could get broken pretty quickly if you find a way in and that team doesn't figure it out.
803-0550, our phone number. Jack Eichel extends in Vegas for $13.5.
Terrible contract.
You should have gotten more?
I don't know what NHL players are doing. It's like they don't know the cap's gone up.
It is or
is going up.
And his for 8 years.
Yeah, like McDavid made sense because he could
get out in 2.
He can get out in 2 and get 20 if he wants. But Eichel is locked in. I saw a graph of what that will likely be percentage of cap year by year by year, and what it would equate to in past years. And what he's under contract for now in 3 years is going to be the equivalent of an $8.5 million contract.
Yeah,
and he signed up for that for 8 years. It's crazy.
Does he want a legacy? Does he want Vegas to win 5 cups and be the guy that's? I mean, sorry to talk about him in the second segment of the Sabres season. Is he thinking, I'm going to go to the Hall of Fame and I'm going to have a bunch of cups? I have one, and I'm going to get my number retired by this new franchise as well. And have played here for how many years has he already been there? He'll play for a decade.
He'll play for a decade there.
And he'll be a bargain, like a real bargain. McDavid, you mentioned, is less than Eichel, but that's 2 years. And then he probably leaves.
Yeah. Like he signed for the same amount of time that Kaprizov signed for in Minnesota, but for what is it?
$30 million
$3.5 million less per year.
Yeah.
And he signed for 17 and Eichel signed for 13.
4 years. Yeah.
Yeah.
Or
4 years, yeah.
So $30 million less than Kaprizov.
I don't know it's right. It has to be about the winning. It's just weird that hockey is the only sport that really does this. Like, you never come near the max. Crosby never came near the max. Ovechkin never came near the max. Like, other sports, like, no, you get either the most you can get or you're getting pretty darn close to it. Like, some sports, there isn't a max, right? I don't think in football there is a max contract. Is there? Basketball, there is. And what happens? The top players get it. Hockey, there's a max, and the top players just never go near it.
Right.
McDavid could ask for it. He would get it from a team. But I guess these guys just don't. They don't care.
Yeah. Just the landscape of it. Like, Josh takes $5 million less. That was part of the story.
Yeah.
He didn't take exactly all he could have gotten. But, still.
But by percentage, $5 million when we're talking about 55.
Right, as opposed to $5 million down from 17 to 12.
Yeah, like that's a big difference.
It's a very big difference. That's right, yeah. 803-0550, Sabres opening night tonight. Owen Parker, senior goaltending correspondent. We've brought him back on for another year of as a goalie. You have pre-scouts set
familiar
up
with a lot of goalies.
Alex Lyon and Colton Ellis. UPL.
Oh, yeah. I'm ready to rock. I did some tape on Ellis before yesterday. I tweeted something out, just some quick notes on him. Lyon is he's kind of an interesting goalie to watch with the way he plays. He's kind of not exactly an impressive skater all the time, but just seems to read plays really well, kind of a feel goalie. Ellis is interesting. Kind of Levi-ish, like not a huge guy.
He's like 6 foot flat, right?
Yeah, which is, 6 foot on a roster sheet's probably 5'10" in real life. So that's you always got to account for that. And he plays aggressive, really sort of reads plays really early and can get caught chasing because of it. But when he's on, he's super sharp. He's got a funky glove hand. He kind of holds his glove hand in a weird position that I find kind of interesting. You might notice if we see him at any point. I'm super excited. I mean, the goalies feel like the story to me on the team, so that's always fun for me.
How many goalies should we expect to start for them this year?
At least 4?
I would
maybe 5.
I would probably take the over on 4.5.
Wow, that's
just
a lot.
Like something will happen to somebody, and there will be another guy eventually. Because UPL is going to play, Lyon's going to play, Ellis will play, Levi will probably get in there at some point, and then.
Does Georgiev ever make his way into the mix?
Does Georgiev get up? Do they trade
or someone
for a guy?
they trade for? Yeah,
something else maybe will happen. If it's plus money on the over on that, I'd take over 4.5 guys.
Colton Ellis 92, by the way. How do we feel about 92 as a goalie number?
Love it.
So listen, Colton Ellis wearing number 92. The thing that jumped out at me was he's the first Sabre to wear that since Drake Kajula.
Yes,
and I thought, oh my goodness,
that jumped out at you?
Yeah, Drake Kajula jumped out at me. Because there have been years where we've been on pins and needles. Are the Sabres going to sign some college free agent? Right. And they don't. And then they get him like 2 years later. Yep. Your Jimmy Vesey's and your Drake Kajulas. And anyway.
Yeah. Corey Conacher at some point.
Sure.
I'm a fan of the weird goalie numbers, so I like 92 a lot.
Drake Kajula, I got news for you. I don't have him listed here as wearing number 92.
All right, well.
He wore number 91.
Well, somebody tweeted it last night.
Ellis, I think that person's mistaken because the only other 92 in Buffalo Sabres history that I have is Alex Nylander.
Yeah.
Alex Nylander,
huh?
Definitively their worst draft pick in the last 15 years.
It's tough.
Now, I guess I have to agree with that. How many years ago was Dennis Persson?
Years.
Okay.
Decades.
I think that's the Crosby draft.
Real quick look at their schedule, by the way, with goalie. They don't have a back-to-back until like the 4th week of the season. So if Lyon plays well and Luukkonen stays injured, Lyon probably plays like the first 8 games of the year. Like, I don't think they'll ever feel a need if they don't have a back-to-back to get Ellis a start if Lyon's playing well. I think you would just probably roll with that.
Yeah, I mean, if he's not losing games for you, I think you hold on to him because Ellis hasn't played a game in the NHL yet. So
yeah,
you want to probably be careful about when you pick your spot for that. I'll have to look at the games and see, like, is there kind of a softie maybe on another team on a back-to-back where you could slip him in there to just see what you've got. But I would be surprised if Lyon's not playing 7 or 8 of those first 10.
By the way, their first back-to-back is a home-and-home with Toronto at the end of this month, the 24th and 25th. They play home against Toronto on a Friday. They play at Toronto on the Saturday. So that's the first time you might see them.
803-0550 is our phone number. We've got a Maxwell Hairston watch to debut today. We'll tell you all about that because the calendar is getting tight on what the Bills maybe know, what they can do about what's going on in the secondary. So get that for you. 803-0550. Sabres opening night tonight at KeyBank Center, expected to be close to a sellout, if not a sellout, at KeyBank Center, last I checked. So let's have a night tonight and beat the Rangers. 803-0550, 1-888-552-550 on WGR.
What's a win for this season? I mean, the minimum win, you might not even say that playoffs is the minimum win. I mean, that should be the minimum goal. But if they have a 92-point year and they miss by a point, that's going to be heartbreaking. But what that might do is keep everybody engaged throughout the year, and this conversation never exists. That throughout the entirety of the year, we're not doing this. We're not saying, oh, well, I mean, what are Darlene and Tage going to ask out after the year? If they miss by a point, that's probably never happening. Or at least we're never talking about it. We're talking about them making the playoffs until the final day of the season. If they have 70 points or 75 points, then that's probably what the whole year is about.
Yeah.
So, like, one smaller goal behind breaking the drought, which would accomplish this as well, I think is just have a year that's good enough to where that conversation that I just brought up never happens.
An engaging season.
Right.
Have an engaging season. Yeah. Where it's a Thursday night, and I think, like, man, tonight's a big one. It's Montreal, and it's a 4-point game, and you got to get this one.
Yep.
And who's going to go in, and who's going to score an important goal at home. You know, like, yeah, have an engaging season.
And I do think they're good enough for that. I think they're good enough for that. It's just going to come down to whether they can get saves.
It might also come down to if the GM is willing to make a move when something needs to be done.
Right.
It's something in 6 years he's not really done. The Cousins move, the Cousins for Norris move might qualify as that, but that feels like a bigger build move. And, of course, they didn't get the results on that one right away, so that might be tougher, but, you know, they're kind of out of it by that point. But, yeah, you're in a 13-game losing streak. How about 5 games in, you're just going to do something to that? Or if the goalie situation is not going well, do what you got to do to try something else there.
I'm not thinking this way. I think I actually haven't thought this way in a while. But I did going into the offseason, which was they better have a good offseason because the next time they bottom out, your star players might not want to hang around forever.
Well, Paul
like
Hamilton,
how close are you to approaching the next phase of, these dudes have been here for 7 years, and how long can you actually ask them to continue to do this?
Paul said last week, his opinion is if it doesn't really turn around, that Tage and Darlene are going to want out. His opinion. I mean, that's Paul. You know, he's close to the team. He's been through a lot of these years, and he thinks if it doesn't turn around fast, that those two are going to want out.
I mean, those two have now been on the team longer than both Eichel and Reinhart were here. Right? Like, this is Thompson's, it's his 8th year with the Sabres. Darlene, about the same. Like, it's approaching a decade that they've been here. They've been here for more than half of it, right? Or at least about half of the drought so far that they've been here. They were not the most important players when they first got here, but they've been around for, I mean, they're on the 10-game win streak team. Darlene's on the ice.
Yes.
Like,
yes.
They're on that team. Tage scored a shootout winner, I think, during that streak.
Do you know how I know Darlene's on the ice for the 10-game win streak? Because I was very proud of my line that I had, which was, look, it's the best Swedish defenseman in the world, and Erik Karlsson. Which I was proud of that.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's true.
Right.
But whatever. Like,
So they've been around a while. So like maybe not the day for look what's around the corner, but it's a big year. Not just because they probably have a chance and the division is definitely weak, but also because you got a ticking clock here.
Yeah.
That's kind of just hanging over your head like a dark cloud.
The Yankee lose. The Yankee lose. Let's go, baby. Let's go. Oh, hey, let's do it again. The Yankees lose. The Yankees lose. Yankees lose. Let's go, baby.
But you don't take it personal. I get it.
One more. The Yankees lose.
That's Vlad Guerrero with David Ortiz on the postgame show.
Just laughing in the faces of Derek Jeter and Alex Rodriguez.
As they showed Jeter's face, and I just thought, like, man, right in his face, the Yankees lose. Blue Jays win, and off to the ALCS for them. Good for the Blue Jays. The thing about the Blue Jays here is, boy, who's a good comparison? All right, I'll try this one on, but not really. It's super loose, but you'll get the idea. The Blue Jays are kind of like, maybe not the Colts or the Jaguars, but Yankees fans, Red Sox fans, they don't take the Blue Jays seriously. They don't win in the postseason enough.
Yeah.
And when whoever won that series thought, like, we'll go to Toronto, we'll beat that team. And they don't.
Right.
They just got knocked out in 4, and the Blue Jays are off to the ALCS. First time in 10 years they've been there. But I just get the sense that Yankee fans don't totally take the Jays seriously until the series is underway, and they're like, oh, all right, we might lose this team. Now, I don't want to speak for every Yankee fan.
Yeah,
but I talked to a couple before the series, and like, it's the Blue Jays. I'm not going to take them seriously.
Yeah, is it like it's like when remember Mayfield and the Browns smoked the Steelers in a playoff game?
Yeah.
Maybe that is somewhere near this a little bit.
Not to say the Yankees think they have the perfect team, but just
your history would say that we're always going to beat this
We're going to win. We're going to beat this team. They haven't done enough.
And they kind of got smoked. Like, yeah, I thought you were going to go somewhere with like how much they score, because they are fun. They score runs like crazy. I mean, 5 was the fewest runs they had scored in a game since September 26th. Like 3 weeks. They hadn't had a game where they scored less than 5 runs. And they didn't play for like a week. But, they score a lot. They're fun. And, you got to like rooting for the team that hasn't really been there every single year. Like the fresh new brand showing up in the ALCS. So I love it. And that was hilarious. Jeter also in that clip. He's trying to put on a smile like it's not bothering. Like, this is funny. He is mad. Boiling.
Yep.
He's boiling as those two are just in his face like, season over. It was great.
803-0550. Congratulations to the Blue Jays onto the ALCS. Weekend weather here might get a coastal storm impact, so some showers maybe over the course of the weekend, especially Sunday.
Okay.
Your Sunday, what are you going to do? We've got a game. We've got a Sunday free of the Bills, which means, hang out, scout the other games, get ready for Monday Night Football.
Have you looked yet to see like what the slate looks like?
Yes.
There's another London game this week, right? Or is it in Spain? No, Spain is in a couple weeks. It's probably London again. The Broncos and the Jets is the 9:30 game.
Yep.
Seattle-Jacksonville's probably is an intriguing game, right? Like, who's really good there?
Yeah.
I think Seattle might smoke them.
There are 3 games involving AFC teams that are really good, and Seattle-Jacksonville is one of them. Rams-Ravens, I don't even know if I should count that one. The Ravens are in such trouble right now because of their injuries.
Right, like, and they're probably starting Cooper Rush again.
Right, and Lions-Chiefs. Like, Lions-Chiefs is big.
You didn't want to throw Cardinals-Colts in there?
I didn't. No.
Cardinals aren't motivated to bounce back after like a really tumultuous week.
Do you want a stat of the day on the Arizona Cardinals?
Sure. Yeah.
Stat of the day? Let's do it. I've got a stat of the day for you. I know what you're thinking. You're telling me you're walking around with stats of the day on the Arizona Cardinals, and the answer to that is yes, I am.
That's wild.
So I saw this tweeter from Mina Kimes yesterday talking about, the Cardinals. Their defense is first in EPA per play.
The Cardinals' defense is?
Yeah. Hold on.
Wow.
In the first 3 quarters of the game.
Oh.
So quarter 1, quarter 2, quarter 3. First EPA per play defense in the NFL, Arizona.
Do you have how bad they are in the fourth quarter?
27th.
Oh.
Jeez. So get a big lead. Hang on.
Yeah.
So they have a good defense, except in the fourth quarter, not so much.
Right.
There you go.
You want me to throw in a stat of the day on the Ravens real quick that I saw that's unbelievable? The Ravens, so they play the Rams this week, and they're injured on defense, but the defense look bad all year. Points allowed by the Ravens. 2025 through week 5, Baltimore's given up 177 points. The 2000 Ravens in their entire season gave up 165. They've given up more points in 5 games than the 2000 Ravens did in the whole year.
This is where I would tell you that
It's crazy
that they've already played 3 times as many good quarterbacks this year as they did that year. Something no one wants to dig into.
You don't know who you remember who the Ravens played in 2000?
I've looked it up.
Really?
Yep. You go find.
You're walking around with Cardinal stats and who the 2000 Ravens played at quarterback.
I want you to look up the 2000 Ravens quarterbacks that they played against. The best quarterback they played against might have been Steve McNair. In the actual playoffs,
Steve McNair was pretty good.
He was pretty good. In the actual playoffs, they also played against the Raiders' backup because they knocked out Rich Gannon, and then they played Kerry Collins in the Super Bowl. Not saying frauds, just saying.
No, I think you are saying frauds.
Go look at every quarterback they played in the 2000 Ravens, and you'll come away with it wasn't exactly the toughest test. They did not play good quarterbacks at all.
I think you just called them frauds.
Overrated. No, but I have said in the past that if the 2000 Ravens, a defense that good, walked into the NFL this year, you wouldn't know that they were that good because it's a much different league. You wouldn't give up 160 points. You'd give up 210. Just harder. If the 2000 Ravens played mobile quarterbacks, they would give up more. It's harder to make stops than it used to be.
Well, where was they didn't play Manning or Brady that? Well, Brady wasn't starting yet, right? Well, Manning would have been. They just might not have played him. That year, quarterbacks that played against them, this is a pretty tough list.
Go for it. Let's have it.
All right. It's just by yards.
Okay.
Vinny Testaverde, Mark Brunell, Jake Plummer, Steve McNair, Tim Couch, Kent Graham. There's McNair again. Mark Brunell again. Jay Fiedler. Brad Johnson, Troy Aikman, that guy stunk. Cordell Stewart, Gus Farrat, Kerry Collins, Doug Peterson.
Not exactly murderer's row.
Okay, including playoffs, I guess they must have played Steve McNair 3 times.
Yes. They played because they're
in the same division.
Yep.
So they played McNair 3 times and then Scott Mitchell I missed.
Yeah. One of the funny things.
Yeah, there's really nobody else that's really that impressive here.
That said, the defense was still amazing. Like one of the things that the Ravens did that year, the 2000 Ravens, they lost games in which their offense scored 6, 3, 6, and 6, and their opponents in those games scored 19, 10, 14, and 9.
Wow.
They lost multiple games despite giving up 9 points and 10 points. So, they were great. They were great. I just think if the 2000 Ravens showed up today, they would look like They would look like this year's Texans defense. Maybe that's going a little far, but you just wouldn't know. It's kind of like if Barry Sanders showed up today. Running backs are used differently.
How far do you want to go with this then? You want to go? Should we be looking up the 85 Bears and who they played?
I mean, if you want to.
All right. Maybe I'll do that.
803-0550.
Let's just take down all the great defenses of all time.
Why not? 803-0550 and 1-888-550-2550 to join us. Jeremy and Joe, some Bills chatter on the way as well. Marty Baron joins us at 8 o'clock. It's Sabres opening night. Give us a ring. Let us know where you stand. I know it can be hard to kind of remember that you once cared, but it's a pro sports team. It's ours. We care. Sorry, this all sounds like very low standards, but hey, whatever. Opening night. Let's go.
What's a win for this season? I mean, the minimum win, you might not even say that playoffs is the minimum win. I mean, that should be the minimum goal. But if they have a 92-point year and they miss by a point, that's going to be heartbreaking. But what that might do is keep everybody engaged throughout the year, and this conversation never exists. That throughout the entirety of the year, we're not doing this. We're not saying, oh, well, I mean, what are Darlene and Tage going to ask out after the year? If they miss by a point, that's probably never happening. Or at least we're never talking about it. We're talking about them making the playoffs until the final day of the season. If they have 70 points or 75 points, then that's probably what the whole year is about.
Yeah.
So, like, one smaller goal behind breaking the drought, which would accomplish this as well, I think is just have a year that's good enough to where that conversation that I just brought up never happens.
An engaging season.
Right.
Have an engaging season. Yeah. Where it's a Thursday night, and I think, like, man, tonight's a big one. It's Montreal, and it's a 4-point game, and you got to get this one.
Yep.
And who's going to go in, and who's going to score an important goal at home. You know, like, yeah, have an engaging season.
And I do think they're good enough for that. I think they're good enough for that. It's just going to come down to whether they can get saves.
It might also come down to if the GM is willing to make a move when something needs to be done.
Right.
It's something in 6 years he's not really done. The Cousins move, the Cousins for Norris move might qualify as that, but that feels like a bigger build move. And, of course, they didn't get the results on that one right away, so that might be tougher, but, you know, they're kind of out of it by that point. But, yeah, you're in a 13-game losing streak. How about 5 games in, you're just going to do something to that? Or if the goalie situation is not going well, do what you got to do to try something else there.
I'm not thinking this way. I think I actually haven't thought this way in a while. But I did going into the offseason, which was they better have a good offseason because the next time they bottom out, your star players might not want to hang around forever.
Well, Paul
like
Hamilton,
how close are you to approaching the next phase of, yeah, these dudes have been here for 7 years, and how long can you actually ask them to continue to do this?
Paul said last week, his opinion is if it doesn't really turn around, that Tage and Darlene are going to want out. His opinion. I mean, that's Paul. You know, he's close to the team. He's been through a lot of these years, and he thinks if it doesn't turn around fast, that those two are going to want out.
I mean, those two have now been on the team longer than both Eichel and Reinhart were here. Right? Like, this is Thompson's, it's his 8th year with the Sabres. Darlene, about the same. Like, it's approaching a decade that they've been here. They've been here for more than half of it, right? Or at least about half of the drought so far that they've been here. They were not the most important players when they first got here, but they've been around for, I mean, they're on the 10-game win streak team. Darlene's on the ice.
Yes.
Like,
yes.
They're on that team. Tage scored a shootout winner, I think, during that streak.
Do you know how I know Darlene's on the ice for the 10-game win streak? Because I was very proud of my line that I had, which was, look, it's the best Swedish defenseman in the world, and Erik Karlsson. Which I was proud of that.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's true.
Right.
But whatever. Like,
so they've been around a while. So, like, maybe not the day for, look what's around the corner, but it's a big year. Not just because they probably have a chance and the division is definitely weak, but also because, you know, you got a ticking clock here.
Yeah.
That's kind of just hanging over your head like a dark cloud. Sabres open the season tonight at home against the New York Rangers. A 7 o'clock puck drop. Matthias Samuelsson, Owen Power expected to be in the lineup. They've both been dealing with some injuries throughout the end of training camp and throughout the preseason, but both are expected to be in. Alex Lyon expected to be the goaltender. No Ukko-Pekka Luukkonen. He's still dealing with the injury he picked up in the preseason. 6 o'clock pregame for tonight's game. Baseball last night, the Blue Jays win over the Yankees, a 5-2 final in Game 4. So Toronto is on to the ALCS. The Yankee season comes to an end. The Blue Jays will play the winner of the Tigers and Mariners season, which continues after Detroit wins yesterday 9-3. So that series goes to a Game 5, which will be on Friday back in Seattle. Also last night in baseball, Cubs survive over the Brewers to force a Game 4. Phillies do the same against the Dodgers, so those two series go on to today. 6 o'clock, Phillies and Dodgers tonight, and then 9 o'clock for Brewers and Cubs. To football, the Bills will be back at practice today. First injury report of the week a little bit later on. And Thursday night football between the Giants and the Eagles in New York just after 8 o'clock. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
Remember the Sabres? They play tonight. I said during the break to Joe, I said, who'd they open against last year? And the answer came to me quickly. Oh, that's right. They were in Prague.
They were in Prague last year.
And who got hurt? Peterka?
Yes.
Peterka got hurt in the first game. We were really excited about him.
Was it the first game?
Or maybe practice, so I'll be over there. Or maybe it was the...
No, it was one of the games. I just didn't remember if it was the first or the second.
Was it a game against Red Bull or something like that?
No, he didn't. I don't think he got hurt in that game.
Last year they opened in Prague. So
yeah, they did.
We're off to a better start.
Yeah.
Because they're opening at home, which, you know.
Yeah. You want to remember some openers? Do you have any memory? Well, we already talked about they lost to the Rangers 2 years ago.
Yes, I remember that one.
5-1. The 2022 opener, they were at home against Ottawa. 4-1. Any memory?
They won?
They won 4-1.
Nothing.
This is the year they missed the playoffs by a point.
Okay.
So they began that year with a win. 21. They open at home every year, don't they? They opened at home against Montreal.
Nothing.
And won 5-1. Man, attendance for that game was 8,000. Okay, that is immediately. Are we even maybe still in COVID protocol?
Maybe.
That could have been part of the case that it's only 8,000. And then if I skip over the COVID years because nobody's there. 2019, they opened against the Devils and won 7-2.
I mean, you might as well be reading off Grand Valley State box scores. I'll take your word for it if that's how it went.
So the next one you might remember would be going back to the Eichel opener.
803-0550, where we were introduced to the Offside Challenge. So it was 10 years ago today, I came on the radio and said the Offside Challenge is the worst thing in all sports, and it's still around.
Yeah.
That's fine.
Remember the tank opener?
The tank opener. Is that Tampa?
No, Columbus.
Okay. Columbus.
The team that ultimately ended it, Cam Atkinson did score the game-winning goal.
There's the game early.
How about that? Cam Atkinson scored the goal to end the tank, and he scored the game-winning goal to open the tank.
And he just retired.
Did he?
He signed a one-day contract with the Blue Jackets to retire.
Oh, we got
So now the loop is complete.
We got to have him in to bang the drum.
And now it's over. This also marks about 10 years since... 11 years in that case, because if you're asking me about the tank, that's the time that Bulldog and I went to a game and I fist pumped the Tampa goal and he wanted to punch me in the face. It was a modest fist bump.
Uh-huh.
Anyway.
Was it a Danny Briere, scrape the ice fist
it
bump?
was just like that's right. Come on. I lose a lot of games here.
Yeah.
Not doing that, though, right now. I've got a Bills thing to get to for you here. 803-0550. We started the show asking, your Sabres, do you find yourself thinking... If they just put something together, I know it would come back out. I know my dormant volcano of fire would come back. Because it's been few and far between with these seasons. But maybe this season is one of those. And all it will take is a year like that. And I feel 2 years ago when they missed by a point, that offseason there was excitement. I talked to friends going to the arena, looking at their seats. We're back in. They were close. And then, of course, they stumbled again. Anyway, 803-0550 to join us. On the Bills, I've got something on the Bills. Dennis in Lockport, though, has a comment here. And then I want to talk about Max Hairston for a moment. Go ahead, Dennis.
Hey, guys, I had a question for you. I've been seeing some things on the web. They're talking about Bills possibly in talks of trading Knox to Carolina for one of their cornerbacks. And then Baltimore just picked up a cornerback. I think it was a Gardner.
C.J. Gardner-Johnson to their practice squad.
Yeah, I mean, if he's a decent player, how come the Bills are we allergic to really good cornerbacks? We just don't go after them more.
Well, he's more of a safety.
Yeah, he's a safety.
He's a safety who was cut loose by the Texans, and the Ravens picked him up.
Yeah, so I don't know. The Ravens are probably more desperate than the Bills are. Not to say the Bills shouldn't be looking to improve. Their defense doesn't look great, but he might think part of it is where does the player want to go. I don't know if the Bills gave him a call or not, but the Ravens have so many injuries that he might think okay, I got a good shot to play in some capacity there in Baltimore, more than he would here. I don't know. So there was more stuff with him.
Yeah,
it's tough to put him into this argument because are they allergic to players that would make their secondary better? No, I don't think so. Are they allergic to a guy that there's more stuff with? Baggage, there's been locker room things with him in the past. It's usually more out on the field with opponents with him. I don't know. It might not be the type of dude they wanted in their locker room.
Yeah,
but I'm not sure why they didn't get him in here.
So on the corner conversation, all right, ready? You don't need a pen and paper for this, but I'm going to look at the calendar and I'm going to ask what everybody thinks about a trade for a corner. There was a trade for a corner in the league yesterday. The Browns and Jags
swap.
Yeah, they swapped corners. So
right.
I don't know if the Bills could do something like that.
The Jags get the better corner though. Greg Newsome.
Yeah.
They're probably improving.
So here's a 4-1 team going out and getting a better corner. And I don't know if the Bills have a corner they could trade away. Would they have been interested in Greg Newsome? Is he a fit? I don't know. All right, but today could be a big day for Maxwell Hairston. Sal, if you're listening, if I get this wrong, you can call in if you want to, but we gave Sal the day off. But I'm pretty sure I got this. So we could find out that they designate Maxwell Hairston for a return. IR designated to return. That opens a 3-week window to practice, and after the 3 weeks is up, you have to decide if he's on your active roster or he's done for the year. Right? Mm-hmm. Okay. They don't have to open his practice window today, but they could. They could do it at any point along the way. He's just on IR. The designation to return means we're going to see if this guy can come back. So he's not practicing yet. If they open that window, designated to return, that's good news. I think it means we can start to talk about him being on the field again. If they don't, that pushes it to next week. Once I'm at the 16th, now it's October 15th. It's a Wednesday. They're on the bye week, but whatever. Whenever they would do this, we are 4 weeks from the trade deadline. Less. It's already less than 4 from the trade deadline. The deadline is November 4th. So if he were activated, designated to return today, 1, 2, 3 weeks, that means that right before the Chiefs game, he would either be on the active roster or done for the year. The Chiefs game is November 2nd. The trade deadline is November 4th. So your window to find out is kind of closing.
Yeah.
If this goes 2 more weeks and he's still not even designated to return, I mean, you're at Tre'Davious White and you don't even know what Dorian Strong, he's seen the specialist. Maybe we get an update on that today.
Yeah.
Like, could he be out for the year? Could he be out for, who knows?
It sounds like it really could be the year for
him.
Yeah.
And what I'm getting at is, like, the deadline itself is static. We know that. It's November 4th. So the deadline is November 4th. And with Hairston, if news doesn't start coming soon, it gets, I think, more and more likely that they're going to have to make a move to add a corner. And even if he does get designated to return, they still might want to do it. because of Dorian Strong. Like they're down a guy.
Yeah.
I don't know that I'm ready for the Bills, and I don't think they should be ready to go to guys that are behind Tre'Davious White on the depth chart when what they really need is somebody above Tre'Davious White.
Right.
So I'm expecting a move at corner in the next 3 weeks, because 4 weeks, that's when the deadline is, and I think sooner than later could happen too.
Yeah, because even if let's say they activated Hairston today, how much would you expect to learn even in that amount of time before the deadline? Would you expect to learn enough that you would think, we're all set? He's good.
I don't think I'll be that way no matter what.
And
I'm not sure the Bills would be or should be.
Because what will they see? What will they see between now and then? They'll see practice, which maybe that gets them to a place of being comfortable to put him on the field. But what about in games? What, 1 game? 2 games maybe that we're talking about at most? And could he possibly do... And that's even if he went right in, which I think there's a lot of skepticism about because he hasn't had the reps. Even if he went in right away and played 1 or 2 games, that's enough to not trade for a guy on top of him. Like I don't think that's realistic. I don't see an outcome where he prevents them from going out and adding somebody else because he's just so impressive. I don't think there's enough time for him to show you don't need to add a guy because I got this.
It would be stunning if they. I just think it'd be stunning if they don't add at corner.
I think it looks like it could be a real detriment to their defense in a big game.
Yeah.
And there's no help on the way. Hairston is the help on the way, but it's so unknown.
And so is Dorian Strong. Like, they know more than we do, of course.
If Hairston were solidified and had been a good player for 2 years, and this was his 3rd season, and you knew he was coming back in a few weeks, that'd be totally different. But it's not just that he's injured. It's you have a total unknown. You have no idea if he's good at all. Maybe he's not. Maybe he is too small to play corner in the NFL. If he's Kyer Elam, then what if Kyer Elam got hurt in his first year? You might have been saying the same thing. Eventually he's going to come back and help. And then what happens when he comes back and he actually stinks?
You just can't count on him, yeah.
You just don't know with Harrison. So I don't think it should be preventative from them going out and adding that position at all. I think they need to do it.
I also think people would say corner is not like safety. It's not like linebacker, how much you have to really know and learn. You're going to want the reps. But Hairston strikes me as a little bit more unique in this spot because at training camp, the conversation with him was he's going to be a guy that gambles, right? He's got speed. He's got speed arrogance in a good way, where you're so fast he can close on guys if he misses. You take a false step, he can make that up. And one of the conversations around Hairston at training camp was basically, how will you learn when to go, when to fire for a big play and when to not take that chance?
Yeah.
So that strikes me as a guy that's maybe he'll know the system, but learning the moments when he's going to do that kind of thing, like that'll take on the job training. That'll take some time. That'll take some experience, and ultimately he'll get there. But, in the meantime, it's such an unknown. And this is where we should do you want to open up our former Bill, future Bill draft? Because Rasul Douglas is probably a good idea. And if you chart what happened with him, he did not get brought back. Christian Benford campaigned for them to bring him back, did he not? Or maybe Douglas. Those two got really tight really fast. They're close. And Douglas wanted a starting job, couldn't find one, went to Miami, left Miami without a deal, and then went back and signed on with the Dolphins. Yeah. And their defense is trash. They're a mess. They might fire their coach. They could easily decide to start selling some pieces. And Douglas is on a 1-year, super cheap deal. If the Bills called and said, how about Rasul Douglas? Let's talk about it. If his agent got word, if he knew they were calling, I would think, be all about it. Benford might be campaigning for it to bring him back because they're close. Would the Dolphins do it? What's the right price? It would have to be super cheap. I'd imagine.
I can't imagine anything.
Right, you're talking like a 5th and a 6th pick swap.
Yeah, it's cheaper than it would have been 2 years ago.
Yeah, give us Douglas and a 6th for a 5th.
Right.
Or Douglas and a 6th for a 4th is what you're probably talking. And you bring in a guy that knows the system. He's second to Benford.
Yeah.
I know he's not Hairston, but even in that scenario, you'd have Douglas, and if Hairston comes back, great. I'm good to go.
Would you not expect Bills fans to hate that move?
I think Bills fans.
It's another bringing back one of your old guys, and a guy that everybody was totally cool moving on from, because yeah, we can get better than this. But I guess if a corner, it would depend if a corner is out there that feels like that's an upgrade.
Well,
remember was it last year or the year before where Jalen Johnson of the Bears was available? Was that 2 years ago?
It was the same year they traded for Douglas. The rumor was he was available. He didn't move. He got signed to a big contract.
That's right. So that was 2 years ago, right?
That's the same year Douglas got traded.
Yeah. I wonder how much of an appetite fans would have for that. If it's a great player. This is patchwork. This is, I just need a guy to fill a spot because we're kind of barren here without the rookie coming up and doing anything. So I don't know. I don't know how much optimism there would be that Douglas would come in and do it. But I think he's the most realistic guy. And it started well in Miami. I don't think it went great for him last year here. I also don't think that he was as bad as we're seeing from Tre'Davious White right now.
Well, that's
I think
the thing.
if you gave me what Rasul Douglas was last year, this year, because I went out and got him, I think I would take that right now. That feels like an upgrade. He got, Trey White a couple of times already. We've seen games where he's just getting beat all the time. And Sal even said it yesterday. Part of the reason he's getting beat is because he's cheating so far back because he knows he can't keep up with these guys down the field. Well, then that means there's no hope, right? What's the plan? If he doesn't have that athleticism anymore, what's the adjustment? There isn't one. He's just going to be backed up all season because he knows he can't keep up with these dudes anymore. So what kind of life is that to live at that position? And Douglas, meanwhile, it was really was it one game you really noticed him getting beat all day last year? He could not cover Puka, which very few can.
Who does?
But
nobody does.
The Rams were throwing at him like crazy, and he couldn't do anything about it last year. But I don't really remember another game where it felt like beginning to end he was the problem on defense. He was just very quiet.
Yeah. Well,
just not a lot of plays, not a lot of turnovers that he was creating, which is kind of what he made his mark on. But I don't remember
before he had a lot of turnovers.
Yeah, and maybe that's where our expectation was. So it felt like it was bad, but it was better than what we're seeing now, I think, from Trey White.
803-0550. Yeah, you said would Bills fans be mad about or hate the Douglas idea? I think the thing they'd be most worried about would be Trey White holding that job down and all right, we're going to the postseason with this, and that's if Trey stays healthy. Even the depth at the position is thin.
Benford's got an injury history, and Trey's got an injury history. It shouldn't just be about who's starting. It should also be about your depth at the position because the two guys that are in there right now both have been injured.
803-0550. Again, that could come today that we find out that Hairston is designated to return. It could or could not. We don't know. If it doesn't, push it off a week. And then you're talking about the 3-week window comes after the deadline. It doesn't have to be 3 weeks. You can designate a guy for return, and then in 1 week he's on the active roster. But that gets to the point about now he's taking a roster spot. Is he ready? That's why you get those 3 weeks. So it'll be interesting to see if we get that news today. I think it would be good news to see him designated, but it would still have that uncertainty kind of built in. 803-0550. Do you want to know what NFL.com, an article yesterday, just found this. NFL trade needs tracker. Kevin Patra, senior news writer, NFL.com. The Bills' biggest need is what, according to Kevin Patra?
Is it corner?
No.
Is it receiver?
No.
Really? Linebacker?
It's help in run defense.
Okay. Help in
run defense.
I'm good not going after that.
Same.
I'm good letting that go the way it's going and getting Ed Oliver back and getting Hoyt and getting Ogunjobi and just crossing my fingers that's going to be better. And even if it's not better, it's still not going to cost me.
Right. There, I agree. The idea of help is on the way. Can we count on it? I think I'd be much more willing to count on it in the run defense game, in their edge game, in their defensive line.
Yeah.
Because that's 3 players coming back. One of them that is provably very good.
Yeah.
The other in Hoyt and Ogunjobi, who are probably fine, and Hoyt might be good, as opposed to a rookie. Counting on a rookie or 2 coming back. So
I also feel like it's possible Shaq Thompson just playing more often in the future is help on the way. The way he's played at the beginning of the year.
if you're ready for the bigger conversation, when does Bernard switch to the Milano role and they get a true linebacker in the middle to be more of a, less of a matchup linebacker and more of like a downhill? Do you want help in run defense? Like Shaq Thompson?
What do you do? You would kick about Bernard over like to Will linebacker, kind of?
Yeah.
Okay. That's where he started his career.
And that's when they drafted him, what people thought he might be.
Yeah.
And then he goes in for Tremaine Edmonds and kind of holds that down with some big plays. But had a big, long conversation yesterday with Joe Marino and Jerry Ostrowski on that Bill Squad show. And it was a lot about how Bernard, in that spot, you're accepting some pretty big shortcomings.
Right.
And maybe he'd be flipped back to where he should go, especially if you don't have Milano out there. With Milano, you had to get Milano on the field. He's too good.
Right.
Now Milano's not available.
And even if he is, again, like I don't know that you need him out there right now.
Yeah. 803-0550. You have a thought on this? Give us a ring. 1-888-550-2550 to join us. Jeremy and Joe here on WGR. Sabres opening night. We'll continue some Bills talk if you want to talk trades with us or anything else. I got a comment from Kurt Warner. Not about the Bills, but about playing quarterback that I think we should get into as well. That's coming up here on WGR. So we could find out that they designate Maxwell Hairston for a return. IR designated to return. That opens a 3-week window to practice, and after the 3 weeks is up, you have to decide if he's on your active roster or he's done for the year. Right? Mm-hmm. Okay. They don't have to open his practice window today, but they could. They could do it at any point along the way. He's just on IR. The designation to return means we're going to see if this guy can come back. So he's not practicing yet. If they open that window, designated to return, that's good news. I think it means we can start to talk about him being on the field again. If they don't, that pushes it to next week. Once I'm at the 16th, now it's October 15th, it's a Wednesday. They're on the bye week, but whatever. Mm-hmm. Whenever they would do this, we are 4 weeks from the trade deadline. Less. It's already less than 4 from the trade deadline. The deadline is November 4th. So if he were activated, designated to return today, 1, 2, 3 weeks, that means that right before the Chiefs game, he would either be on the active roster or done for the year. The Chiefs game is November 2nd. The trade deadline is November 4th. So your window to find out is kind of closing.
Yeah.
If this goes 2 more weeks and he's still not even designated to return, I mean, you're at Tre'Davious White and you don't even know what Dorian Strong, he's seen the specialist. Maybe we get an update on that today. Yeah. Like, could he be out for the year? Could he be out for, who knows?
It sounds like it really could be the year.
For him. Yeah. And what I'm getting at is, like, the deadline itself is static. We know that. It's November 4th. So the deadline is November 4th. And with Hairston, if news doesn't start coming soon, it gets, I think, more and more likely that they're going to have to make a move to add a corner. And even if he does get designated to return, they still might want to do it because of Dorian Strong. Like, they're down a guy. Yeah. I don't know that I'm ready for the Bills, and I don't think they should be ready to go to guys that are behind Tre'Davious White on the depth chart when what they really need is somebody above Tre'Davious White.
What's a win for this season? I mean, the minimum win, you might not even say that playoffs is the minimum win. I mean, that should be the minimum goal. But if they have a 92-point year and they miss by a point, that's going to be heartbreaking. But what that might do is keep everybody engaged throughout the year, and this conversation never exists. That throughout the entirety of the year, we're not doing this. We're not saying, oh, well, I mean, what are Darlene and Tage going to ask out after the year? If they miss by a point, that's probably never happening. Or at least we're never talking about it. We're talking about them making the playoffs until the final day of the season. If they have 70 points or 75 points, then that's probably what the whole year is about.
Yeah.
So Like one smaller goal behind breaking the drought, which would accomplish this as well. I think it's just have a year that's good enough to where that conversation that I just brought up never happens.
An engaging season.
Right.
Have an engaging season. Yeah. Where it's a Thursday night, and I think, like, man, tonight's a big one. It's Montreal, and it's a 4-point game, and you got to get this one.
Yep.
And who's going to go in and who's going to score an important goal at home. Have an engaging season.
And I do think they're good enough for that. It's just going to come down to whether they can get saves.
It might also come down to if the GM is willing to make a move when something needs to be done.
Right.
It's something in 6 years he's not really done. The Cousins move, the Cousins for Norris move, might qualify as that, but that feels like a bigger build move. And, of course, they didn't get the results on that one right away, so that might be tougher, but they're kind of out of it by that point. But, yeah, you're in a 13-game losing streak. How about 5 games in, you're just going to do something to that? Or if the goalie situation is not going well, do what you got to do to try something else there.
Sabres open the season tonight. 7 o'clock against the New York Rangers. We'll have pregame starting at 6 here on WGR. Thursday Night Football tonight between the Eagles and the Giants just after 8 o'clock. Obviously, Philadelphia big favorites in that game. The Bills will have practice today. First injury report a little bit later on this afternoon. Yesterday, there were some reports that Bill Belichick and North Carolina could be looking at a split already, but Belichick and UNC putting out a statement last night that he is committed to the program, but those reports and rumors persist. Major League Baseball, Blue Jays over the Yankees 5-2. They advance to the ALCS, where they will meet the winner of Detroit and Seattle, who are going to a Game 5, and that will be on Friday night. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
Tage Thompson and the Sabres break the Red Wings blue line, skating from left to right. Here's some nice puck movement, and Norris, if his feet weren't so big, Tage Thompson passes up the hole. And a feed from Alex Tuck after Norris couldn't find the puck to save himself in his skates. He had an open net.
Tonight we find out, hopefully, the goal song.
Come on, if they score and this song comes on, your head will be bobbing.
Sure. I don't even care what the goal song is. I honestly don't care.
I think it's going to be this, by the way.
I also think it's going to be this. I just want them,
time we touch.
I just want them to score. Your head will be bobbing. What do you do if it's Kickstart My Heart?
Nothing.
You'll take a sip of your pumpkin spice milkshake?
No, I'll just be standing with my
head?
hands in my pockets watching the replay probably. Yeah, I'll take a sip of my pumpkin spice milkshake. Yeah, definitely.
803-0550, Jeremy and Joe. Hey, everybody. Good morning. It's chilly out there.
Yeah, it was in the 40s this morning.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Jeans, quarter zips, fleeces, hoodies.
Appropriate for the first hockey game of the season.
Yes, your wardrobe expands. A great time of year.
Because now you can go all in on hoodie underneath the jersey.
True.
And you'll be fine when you're walking in. You'll be fine when you're walking out. And obviously you'll need it when you're in there because it'll be freezing no matter what.
I like it. Meanwhile, one very quick thing on the Sabres here. No Alex Tuck extension yet, and maybe there's no rush to do that, but Eichel 13.5, McDavid 12.5. You were saying like when Kaprizov signed, Tuck's number is going to be really big, but now does
Not
it
anymore.
get tougher to do that? Like, is he at 10?
No. I don't even know if he gets 10. Not in the 9s. I would bet in the 9s. Somewhere would be my current prediction.
It is definitely worth mentioning all three of these guys that signed these big deals stayed with their team.
Yes.
And the open market in the new caps going up world, we'll see.
I think it's is Panarin the only one that's left? I think he's up this year, but he might be it. Like all the other dominoes fell. Like everybody else signed, which that generally is what happened. This could have been different, you thought, because of the cap differences. Yeah, right now Panarin is the only like big money guy that is scheduled to be a free agent after the year. Like we're talking about $17 million with him if he gets to the open market. But if he wants to stay with the Rangers, maybe he does the same thing Eichel did, which is I'll take less.
Mark in Coconut Creek, some Bills chatter available to you as well if you want to call us about the Bills or the Sabres who open tonight. We're happy to have you both. Mark, good morning.
Yeah, nice coffee weather, as they say.
That's right.
So, hey, I called in last week about the Rasul Douglas and Dodson down in Miami. And, would that addition make a difference? You guys sort of shot it down a little bit, saying the guy's just an insignificant player on a bad defense. So I see the tide's turning a little bit on that comment. But another one I was thinking about with Elam from Dallas. I know he was just terrible, but he's starting for that team as well. What did we give up for him? Did we get a trade? I can't remember.
The Bills got like a 7th-round pick for Elam.
No, it was like a 5th.
Oh, it's okay.
5th to 7th. They went down.
Pick swap.
They went up from a 7th to a 5th.
A lot of pick swaps. It's the new trade in the NFL these days is there's way more pick swaps than flat out just picks.
Yeah, I mean the difference there would obviously be that Elam is off to a very bad start with Dallas, and he's giving up. I think he's given up like the most. I think it might just be straight up receiving yards. Like he's given up a lot. And Douglas, meanwhile, by the numbers, he's off to a good start in Miami.
What changed? There's two things that changed. One, Dorian Strong being on IR and having a potential neck injury that we don't know how long it could keep him out, but he's seeing a specialist. That changed. And Tre'Davious White, in the course of a couple of weeks, has been targeted by other teams. Right. So the position got thinner, looked worse. I mean, Rasul Douglas is not the best idea on earth, but it's an idea that could be cheap.
And it might be the most realistic
and
one.
knows the system, fits in the locker room. Like, we're just looking at him as
he's on a bad team.
He's on a bad team that might just be willing to move a guy along. Like, that's it. Like, if you're asking for who's the best possible player they could get, it's not Douglas, I don't think, but I don't know, what they're willing to pay. Like, if there's a corner on the market and they said a future first-round pick for this player, I feel like the Bills wouldn't do that. They've already invested a first in Hairston.
Right.
They got Benford locked up. So you kind of can't go top of the market at the position, I don't think.
Right. No, because you would be blocking Hairston long term, right?
Yeah, unless your plans are for a slot corner because Taron Johnson's time is...
Yeah, like if, just a hypothetical, Sauce Gardner demands a trade this week. He's done. He's sick of the Jets. That's too big.
Can't do it.
Right?
Well,
it's because what do you have then?
Well,
a player like that, it would be enticing because it's a weak position for you, and there's a great player available here. But I've got a big contract locked up in Benford, and I've got a first-round pick invested in Hairston, and it's like if I do something that's too, because there might be a sweet spot here. If I do something that's too big at corner, then I feel like unless you're using Hairston to get that guy, I feel like I just kind of wasted a first-round pick on a player that is never going to start because now I've got two amazing corners.
He's also
it's a good problem to have, but like...
The cap there, I mean, Sauce Gardner's cap is 9.3. You could make some moves to make that happen. But,
that's not a big number.
But for 4 more years, like his AAV is 30.
Right.
So the cap hit's low right now. He just signed an extension. They're not going to... I feel like, him demanding a trade would be unlikely. But I get the point you're making is just
a player of that caliber or below that probably because he's like top 5 at the position in the league. But
right, you can't exactly go big game hunting at the position because you've already committed a lot to it.
It's not like Trey Hendrickson would be totally different. I think like that is I'm gonna get that guy. He's a part of my long-term plan. I'm gonna lock him up, and he's a stud at the position. Like they're not doing that at corner because they have their long-term plan at corner. They don't have a spot for a guy to if they're planning on Hairston being a starter for them in the future, there's no spot for a guy to come in and be your starter for the next 4 years.
I mean, Hendrickson might be the kind of thing you make a move for, but I'm not so sure that they're that fluid at defensive end. Who the Bills?
They only have 2 guys under contract.
Oh, they just re-signed Rousseau to decent money.
It's Rousseau and it's Hoyt, right?
That's right. But then, you're going to just get rid of, I guess you could trade Epinesa, reset the counter on days since Epinesa's been traded on the show.
Uh-huh.
You're cutting whatever.
Yeah, you're cutting Javon Solomon.
Well, you're already doing that for Michael Hoyt. So now you're cutting Landon Jackson?
Or you're cutting Curtis Samuel.
If you're cutting Curtis Samuel.
I don't know. They've been... It's not necessarily their biggest need at the position right now, but they have been all over going after defensive ends, and that dude is probably getting traded. And if you want him past this year, whoever does that, you're going to want to do that now because unless he's going to some team that he would never want to stay with, like if he goes to Carolina or something, but whoever Hendrickson gets traded to, you got the advantage to keep him on an extension and not let him get to free agency.
Do you know, I mentioned earlier, Kevin Patra, NFL.com, biggest needs. Do you know what Kansas City's biggest need is?
Running back?
Defensive end. Like of a team.
Really?
Yeah. They're not getting a pass rush this year.
Okay.
Chris Jones is having actually a pretty rough year.
Yeah.
They're not getting pass rush.
Even beyond just him not trying on that last play against Jacksonville?
Lee in Buffalo. Good morning, Lee.
Hey, how you guys doing?
We're good.
Good. Yeah, I want you think the Bills have this type of plan where once Michael Hoyt gets into the lineup and Larry Ovenjova, is that his name?
Yeah.
Basically, it just seems like their pass rush is off, and you know what they say in the NFL, your pass rush actually helps the D-backs. And I want to comment on the Sabres. I really have no faith unless Andy Dalton's there to help them out, like he helped the Bills break their drought. I just don't see it happening.
Hey, maybe they get their Andy Dalton on the final night of the season.
Andy Dalton in goal.
That's possible. The Sabres, let's say they, I don't know if they play in the last night of the
Sabres kind of got that a couple years ago when the Penguins went out and lost to the Blackhawks.
Yeah.
In the Granato missed by a point year. Anyway,
would you take it right now? Would everybody say yes to this? The Sabres play their final game of the year, and the next night they need Pittsburgh to beat, the Canadiens. You leave it in someone else's hands.
Nah, I don't know. What's the other thing he said?
Because that's how you get your Andy Dalton.
Something about the guy. Defensive ends.
About
right? Like pass rush helping their secondary. Yeah, there's no doubt.
I don't know though. Haven't there been numbers that like their pass rush has actually been pretty good this year?
Yeah,
they're getting.
In fact, the pass rush is probably fine. The secondary is where the breakdowns are coming. The Bills are number 1 in the NFL in quick pressure rate.
That's what I was just looking for. I thought I saw that they're number 1 in something, but that's what it is. The quick pressures. They have 45 on the year. That's number 1 in football. They're not necessarily bringing these guys down, right? Like, what are you going to think of immediately for, hey, quick pressures, Daquan Jones, getting right through, getting to Drake May, not bringing him down. There were a couple of Lamar Jackson plays in the first week of the season, but those are 2 of the more escapable quarterbacks in football. So what is quick pressure going to look like when you play Michael Penix, when you play Bryce Young, when you play some of these other teams in the regular season? You're probably going to get sacks out of it. When you get to the playoffs, you're probably going to see what you've seen, which is they're going to get right through, and you're going to have to just eat that Lamar Jackson, if he's there, Patrick Mahomes, like some of these guys are going to get away from it. The one guy you might have that advantage against, though, is Daniel Jones if you ever see him. If you get quick through to him, history tells you that that guy's going to take sacks. So I'm not really that worried about their pass rush. I'm thinking about Hendrickson more just because it would solidify their star they've been looking for past this season, and not that he would hurt for you right now. If you want to have the best pass rush in football, go line up Bosa, Hendrickson, and Rousseau rotating in and out, and you probably have close to that.
The refrain is always, just one more pass rusher.
All right.
Just one more. One more $100 million or high asset in a pass rusher.
Yeah.
He would help. 803-0550. Marty Baron at 8 o'clock. Sabres open their season tonight against the Rangers. We're talking about that with you, talking about, Bills trade deadline stuff. It's a couple weeks away. The Bills play the Falcons on Monday Night Football. And you want to get to a schmontroversy Diggs comment on the other side?
Sure. I saw something that he said.
Joe got a comment from Diggs. I think if you're mad at this, you're trying to be mad. But we'll debate it coming up.
I'm not thinking this way. I think I actually haven't thought this way in a while. But I did going into the offseason, which was they better have a good offseason because the next time they bottom out, your star players might not want to hang around forever.
Well, Paul Hamilton,
how close are you to approaching the next phase of, these dudes have been here for 7 years, and how long can you actually ask them to continue to do this?
Paul said last week, his opinion is if it doesn't really turn around, that Tage and Darlene are going to want out. His opinion. I mean, that's Paul. He's close to the team. He's been through a lot of these years, and he thinks if it doesn't turn around fast, that those two are going to want out.
I mean, those two have now been on the team longer than both Eichel and Reinhart were here, right? Like this is Thompson's It's his 8th year with the Sabres.
Mm-hmm.
Darlene about the same. Like it's approaching a decade that they've been here. They've been here for more than half of it, right? Or at least about half of the drought so far that they've been here. They were not the most important players when they first got here, but they've been around for, they're on the 10-game win streak team. Darlene's on the ice.
Yes.
Yes. They're on that team. Tage scored a shootout winner, I think, during that streak.
Do you know how I know Darlene's on the ice for the 10-game win streak? Because I was very proud of my line that I had, which was, look, it's the best Swedish defenseman in the world, and Erik Karlsson. Which I was proud of that.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's true.
Right.
But whatever.
So they've been around a while. So, maybe not the day for, look what's around the corner, but it's a big year, not just because they probably have a chance and the division is definitely weak, but also because, you got a ticking clock here.
Yeah.
That's kind of just hanging over your head like a dark cloud.
So we could find out that they designate Maxwell Hairston for a return. IR designated to return. That opens a 3-week window to practice, and after the 3 weeks is up, you have to decide if he's on your active roster or he's done for the year. Right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. They don't have to open his practice window today, but they could. They could do it at any point along the way. He's just on IR. The designation to return means We're going to see if this guy can come back. So he's not practicing yet. If they open that window, designated to return, that's good news. I think it means we can start to talk about him being on the field again. If they don't, that pushes it to next week. Once I'm at the 16th, now it's October 15th, it's a Wednesday. They're on the bye week, but whatever. Whenever they would do this, we are 4 weeks from the trade deadline. Less. It's already less than 4 from the trade deadline. The deadline is November 4th. So if he were activated, designated to return today, 1, 2, 3 weeks, that means that right before the Chiefs game, he would either be on the active roster or done for the year. The Chiefs game is November 2nd. The trade deadline is November 4th. So your window to find out is kind of closing.
Yeah.
If this goes 2 more weeks and he's still not even designated to return, I mean, you're at Tre'Davious White and you don't even know what Dorian Strong, he's seen the specialist. Maybe we get an update on that today.
Yeah.
Like, could he be out for the year? Could he be out for, who knows?
It sounds like it really could be the year for
right.
him. Yeah.
And what I'm getting at is, like, the deadline itself is static. We know that. It's November 4th. So the deadline is November 4th. And with Hairston, if news doesn't start coming soon, it gets, I think, more and more likely that they're going to have to make a move to add a corner. And even if he does get designated to return, they still might want to do it because of Dorian Strong. Like, they're down a guy.
Yeah.
I don't know that I'm ready for the Bills, and I don't think they should be ready to go to guys that are behind Tre'Davious White on the depth chart when what they really need is somebody above Tre'Davious White. Khalil Shakir there with Matty Glab. The Bills posted that. Shakir, big fan of Wicked. Same.
Yeah,
And
same.
my daughter, too.
What a miss. Defying Gravity is the Sabre goal song? No?
No.
No? Really?
No.
It's better than what they're about to do.
No, it's not.
It's not?
It's a wonderful song, and it cannot be ruined by
goal song?
Yes. Yes. We have to be stewards of music sometimes. And we cannot allow that song.
I'm starting to regret that the Bills play Mr. Brightside as often
because
as they
now a song that you used to really like, you hear it all the time.
It's becoming overplayed for me, and I don't like that. Because I love that song, and now I hear it, and my reaction is to turn it off because I'm going to hear it 4 more times.
They score a lot of touchdowns.
Right, well, they're not playing it every touchdown.
That's right. They play once a game. That's right.
So, I don't know. Like, it's fun. They also win a lot, which is why they play it. Like, if they were bad, you would never hear it.
They did play it on Sunday night in a tie game.
Did they?
Yeah.
Ooh, that's bad. You can't do that.
And lost.
Yeah, that's overplaying it. We need to reserve it, keep it special. You got to be up. In a game, there should be a fine for
a fine. Look
or
at you
something.
fining people.
Free something. If we play Mr. Brightside in a game that we lose, you get something. Because it should only be reserved for days where they are definitively going to win.
Good news for Khalil Shakir. Wicked is going to be in town next month, so you can get out to see it.
Yes,
I'll be there.
And then the movie's out a couple weeks after.
Yes,
or maybe the next week.
It's pretty much Wicked starts here on the 12th, and I think the movie comes out Thanksgiving weekend.
Right. Yeah.
Quickly, Colin in Kentucky before the break. Hey, Colin.
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call. Love the show. Jeremy, I was listening to your podcast yesterday with Joe Marino and Jerry Ostrowski. It was great, too. And just going through the things that the Bills need to kind of think about adding or making changes, whether it's cornerback or linebacker, issues at wide receiver, obviously. I think it's helpful to kind of zoom out and just think, like, who else would you rather be? There was a well-known politician who said, don't compare me to the almighty, compare me to the alternative. And if you think about the other teams in the AFC, the ones that at least scare you at the beginning of the year, whether it's the Bengals or the Chiefs or the Ravens, I don't know that you'd want to be any of those teams. And so if these other teams have the possibility of not even making the playoffs, including the Chiefs with, I think, a really tough schedule ahead of them, I don't know that there's another team that you'd rather be in the AFC. So I think it's worth kind of zooming out periodically and just keeping that in mind, that perspective that the Bills may be the best positioned team, even with the warts that they have.
You just don't want to, understood, you just don't want to zoom out to previous seasons, though.
Mm-hmm.
Because, if you're zooming all the way out, if I said, what if the Bills won 3 Super Bowls and then had a year where they had a 2-3 start? You'd be like, sounds great.
Yeah.
So,
but if you did keep it to this year, I get the point.
Yeah, you're in a great spot.
They still, to me, are heavy favorites to be the 1 seed.
Yeah.
But because, the Baltimore's out of it, and the Chiefs are 2 games back, and then you just got to buy the Colts doing this for an entire season, and I don't. I think they'll be good, but I don't think they're doing 1 seed stuff for the whole year. So,
but that said,
as much as the Bills have a couple of weaknesses, who would I pick in the whole league? I wouldn't rather be the Eagles. The Eagles have the most 3-and-outs in football in 20 years.
Would you rather be? Again, it depends how far you zoom out. They won the Super Bowl last year.
But if I'm not zooming out past this year,
sure. But how
then
far?
There's nobody I would rather be.
Are we just saying the point is not lost on me? I'm not trying to say life is terrible at all, because life is great as a Bills fan. Zooming out, it's great.
Yeah,
but. We don't hang banners for week 5.
Right. We don't.
We'd like to hang a banner, period. Never mind a banner for week 5 and being in a spot. And if the Bills get the 1 seed, that'll be awesome, exciting. It'll bring expectation. And then if they lose in a game at home to a team that beats them all the time, it's just a different outcome that's the same outcome.
But my hope right now is part of that 1 seed conversation is I'm really thinking about the possibility they will not play a team that they always lose.
Sure, it's very possible.
They'll avoid it. Ravens miss, Bengals are cooked, and the Chiefs won't play them.
Are you ready for a theory I've got for you? It's time to start rooting for the Chiefs.
Okay.
You don't want them to be 7th.
You don't want them to be 7th.
You don't want them to be 7th.
What do I want them to be?
You want them to just not be 7th. You want them to be 4th.
Is 6th okay? Is 5th okay? When is it okay?
Where you really want them is to be 3rd.
So I want them to win the division.
Yeah.
Really?
It depends. Is the division winner? What you want to? Don't you want to avoid them? You do want to avoid them.
I want to avoid them.
Okay.
Yes.
If they're 7th, they win their first round matchup. They're here.
Yeah,
that's it.
That's right.
And they got to beat who? Indy? Is Indy the 2? It's time to get them out of 7th.
Yeah.
They either got to go away or get hot. But you just don't want them. Here it is, last game of the season. And it's, all right, who's going to get in as the 7th seed? The Steelers or the Chiefs? Go! Mm-hmm. That seems very different.
But see, if they're not the 7 and they're the 5, and I'm plugging the Steelers in, it's like, well, I'm going to play them anyway because now to not play them, I need Aaron Rodgers and the Steelers to win a game on the road.
Or maybe New England goes to Indy and beats Indy, and you come and you play New England, who's the 7. Because especially if you don't believe in Daniel Jones as a good team at the 2, the 7 is the scariest team because the 7 comes here. So. We need more weeks to play out, but I have been thinking about that. And yes, I am afraid of the Chiefs, yes, even though they're 2-3. 803-0550, I think a matchup right now would be tough. I think the Bills secondary would get cooked. But a lot of season left. Marty Baron on the other side. Sabres have their season opener tonight against the Rangers. We'll talk about it with him. Season preview with Marty coming up here on WGR.
What's a win for this season? I mean, the minimum win, you might not even say that playoffs is the minimum win. I mean, that should be the minimum goal. But if they have a 92-point year and they miss by a point, that's going to be heartbreaking. But what that might do is keep everybody engaged throughout the year, and this conversation never exists. That throughout the entirety of the year, we're not doing this. We're not saying, oh, well, I mean, what are Darlene and Tage going to ask out after the year? If they miss by a point, that's probably never happening. Or at least we're never talking about it. We're talking about them making the playoffs until the final day of the season. If they have 70 points or 75 points, then that's probably what the whole year is about.
Yeah.
So, like, one smaller goal behind breaking the drought, which would accomplish this as well, I think is just have a year that's good enough to where that conversation that I just brought up never happens.
An engaging season.
Right.
Have an engaging season. Yeah. Where it's a Thursday night, and I think, like, man, tonight's a big one. It's Montreal, and it's a 4-point game, and you got to get this one.
Yep.
And who's going to go in, and who's going to score an important goal at home. You know, like, yeah, have an engaging season.
And I do think they're good enough for that. I think they're good enough for that. It's just going to come down to whether they can get saves.
It might also come down to if the GM is willing to make a move when something needs to be done.
Right.
It's something in 6 years he's not really done. The Cousins move, the Cousins for Norris move might qualify as that, but that feels like a bigger build move. And, of course, they didn't get the results on that one right away, so that might be tougher, but, you know, they're kind of out of it by that point. But, yeah, you're in a 13-game losing streak. How about 5 games in, you're just going to do something to that? Or if the goalie situation is not going well, do what you got to do to try something else there. Hey, it's Sabres opening night. Who's got the fever?
I've gotten it. I've gotten into it. I've gotten optimistic. I still think the goaltending's going to be a big problem, but
whatever. That could be exciting.
But that's
if
right.
They can score.
Maybe they get dragged into more high-scoring hockey games because they can't get saves. I don't know. But yeah, no, I'm pumped up and excited because one of these years it has to just be the year, right? Eventually, it has to be the year.
Yes, one of them has to.
And it probably will be a year where you don't fully... You're never going to fully expect that's the season they're going to break it, right?
Unless they were to get McDavid and McKinnon in an offseason, then I might expect it, but yes.
No, this will be the best you do. It's, hey, I've got 7 people I've seen in the last week that have said they've got a 50-50 shot. Like, okay. All right, I'm into it. Like, that's the best I think you're ever going to get going into a year until they actually finally make it. So this, yeah, I'm ready for it.
Yeah.
Sabres and Rangers tonight to open up the Buffalo Sabres regular season. 7 o'clock. We'll have pregame starting at 6 right here on WGR. Last night, the Blue Jays eliminate the Yankees. A 5-2 win in Game 4. Toronto advances to the ALCS. They'll meet the winner of Tigers and Mariners, which is going to a Game 5 on Friday. Last night, the Phillies and the Cubs staying alive with wins over the Dodgers and the Brewers. Game 4 in both of those series will be tonight. Phillies, Dodgers at 6. Brewers and Cubs at 9. In football, Thursday night football between the Giants and the Eagles in New York is tonight just after 8. Bills practice today. We'll have our first injury report of the week a little bit later on this morning. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
5-on-5. Over on the far wall. Here's Hellenius in front. Jason Zucker picks up the puck and scores. Sabres on top, 2-1 with 8:03 remaining in this third period.
Marty Baron joining us in the Wester Hotline as we get ready for tonight's Sabres opener. This is the Tick Tick Boom song, which, if this one wins, an unbelievable comeback. Like,
it was down in the standings.
Oh, it was down, way down. There were five nominees. 3 were alive, and this is one of the 2 that was on the bottom. This would be like, the Bills beating the Ravens? Even deeper than that. It would have a massive comeback. Marty Braun joining us to preview tonight's game in the Sabres season. Marty, do you know, maybe not at liberty to tell, do you know what won the vote for the goal song?
No, I don't. I actually was voting almost every day as well. Like, I was part of the fan base. Like, and every day I had a different feeling. I voted for Tick Tick Boom one time because when I played it that morning, because I would play them almost every morning, and it made me think of Madden, right? Like when you played Madden, and that was the song that would come on, and I was like, oh, I like that. Swords of a Thousand Men, I voted for it like a lot, and then Escada was the other one that I didn't think was, like, I didn't like it just like this. And then in the building, when the Sabres scored and they played it, I was like, oh, man, this is really good. Like, the crowd is going. So it's going to be interesting to see what happens tonight.
Are you saying you voted for multiple songs?
Yeah, oh, yeah, I did. Like, it was, it's depends how you wake up in the morning and what you feel like. So I wanted to give everybody a fair shot. Like, I voted for multiple songs, but some of them were more than others.
Are you at liberty to tell us? Will you feel comfortable telling us which one you think got the most of your votes?
I think it was early on was Swords of a Thousand Men.
All right.
And then late it was Escada because, like I said,
a late push.
A late push, and I didn't go so I didn't go to the Columbus game, and then I went to the Detroit game, and we worked the Pittsburgh game. So I think later I started to think like, oh, I kind of like this vibe after a goal. So it kind of changed halfway in the voting.
All right. Very good. Well, Marty, tonight's the Sabres and the Rangers, and the season's set to begin. Let's start talking in goal, where things are uncertain. It might be the position that we're waiting to see the most from because there are a lot of guys back there that are unproven, especially with UPL injured. So Alex Lyon likely gets the start tonight for the Sabres. What do you think about this goaltending room, tandem, group? I'm not quite sure what to call it just because it's so in flux right now.
Yeah, I don't know what to call it either, Jeremy. It's a day by day, week by week kind of situation, right? And look, Alex Lyon was signed to a 2-year contract as a free agent. There was a reason for it. We all remember what he did with Florida a few years back. He actually got Florida in the playoffs 1 point ahead of the Sabres, and then Bobrovsky in the Boston series in the first round ended up taking it over. Florida loses to Vegas in the finals, but Alex Lyon got the Florida Panthers in the playoffs, and that started their streak of success. And he was good with Detroit, so he was brought in to be that security blanket, the guy that you could maybe, if it's just a straight backup and he plays 25 games, he can do it. If you need more, he can do it. And now you're obviously being presented with a situation where, well, you know what? He's going to have to play early on, and we'll see what happened to Luukkonen. So I have full confidence in Alex Lyon to a point where I'm like, okay, he's never been like a number one goalie because he's not in the same, a group as the top guys, the Shesterkin, the Vasilevsky, the, Ottinger, the Hellebuck, whatnot. Like, and that's fine. You don't need that. You just need to not be 29th in goals against. And I think that Alex Lyon helps you not being 29th in goals against, but there's many other factors that have to work out in front of him.
Yeah, in front of him, that's what Lindy kind of brought up, Marty, when we talked to him the other day about the goaltending, is he went right to, well, we would be hoping to give up fewer chances in front of whoever that is. So maybe they are a little bit undermanned in that. It's Lyon and then it's Colton Ellis, who's never played in the NHL yet. But the way that could look better is if their moves in the offseason actually come to fruition and they are preventing more chances. And how confident are you that that will happen? That their blue line is better, their style now presents itself, that the goalie's job is going to be easier than it's been?
Well, I'm confident in Dahlin and Byram because when they played together last year, they were a top 3 pair in the National Hockey League when you look at the goals for and the goals against, and they control the play. And I think that was a priority in the offseason. Get Byram signed, know that he's going to play with Dahlin, and that's the priority. Then Kesselring was another priority so that he and Owen Power can really start to build something. Obviously, I'm disappointed that, we're not going to see Kesselring at the start of the year here. But I'm still, it's not about just game one. It's about the full season. And I think that top 4 has a lot of really good qualities. Now, at the end of the day, I feel like it comes back to goaltending, and maybe I'm being too harsh on it, but, everybody's seeing, there's a bad play by Dahlin, there's a bad play by Power and whatnot. But if it doesn't end up in your net, you're probably not talking about it because it's not being shown on the on SportsCenter, on the highlights and whatnot. So I really feel that the defense group is going to be better, but at the end of the day, get saves, and all of a sudden the narrative changes. Like, look at last night. I mean, the Oilers are cruising. They're up 3-0 on the Flames, and then one bad bounce, one terrible goal, and it's the same narrative now for the Oilers. Like Stuart Skinner, like I get it. Like the Oilers, they're not the best defensively, but he gave up a terrible goal that made it 3-3. They lose. Vegas is a team that, they're rumored that Carter Hart is going to sign with Vegas, and if he does, I'm really confident that Carter Hart will be their number 1 goaltender in February this year, just because last night they played well defensively. They, to a certain aspect, dominated the LA Kings. They end up losing 6-5 in the shootout. Like, that's what it comes down to in the National Hockey League.
Marty Baron on the Western Hotline. With UPL, Marty, we're waiting to see, his timeline and how things go for him. He showed a little bit in one season, but past that, it's been rocky. So while Alex Lyon, you could have faith in him to start the season, if UPL gets healthy, are we thinking it just becomes his net, or is this a wide open battle at this point?
Well, if UPL becomes healthy, they are going to give him the chance to establish himself as a number 1. But the difference is that this season, because of the way the start of the season is shaped up, is laid out, like it's 10 games at home in the first 14 games. And you need to get off to a good start. You can't go in the first 14 games and say, you know what, it's not bad, but we're 5-9. No, you got to be like 8-6, 9-5. That's what you have to be in the first 14 games. So I think they will give Luukkonen a chance to say, hey, go ahead and establish yourself as the number 1 goalie. But the fact that he only played 20 minutes of preseason hockey, that he had a tweak early on and then something later, like it's going to be tricky. He's going to have to come in, practice really well, and hit the ground running when he gets in the net. And that may not be fair to him because most goalies would say, I need a little bit of time to get going, but I don't think that the Sabres have that luxury. Artur Shilov in Pittsburgh, he was asked to play Game 1 against the New York Rangers, and boom, he has the shutout. But he had the whole camp to get ready and be given that chance. So it's a little bit different for Luukkonen right now, but I think they give him the chance to establish himself as the number one.
Marty Baran with us on the Wester Hotline. Marty, going into the season, they trade away J.J. Peterka. They didn't do a ton else at forward, but Norris, Kulik, like Benson, there are names that maybe you'd expect better years from. How do you think the forward group looks and whether they'll be able to score goals at even a rate they did last year? Like, of all the problems they had last year, I mean, scoring generally wasn't really one of them, especially at even strength. So how likely do you think that is to repeat?
Yeah, so, Joe, you look at it last year, right? Tage Thompson, 44 goals, only 7 on the power play. When he scored 47 goals a few years back, he had 20 on the power play. So I think that's 5-on-5. Yeah, J.J. Peterka had a great season last year. But overall, you have Jack Quinn to take a step forward, and I really believe this will be a fantastic year for Jack Quinn. You have Yuri Kulik that fits in. Josh Doan has had a good camp. Last year you had career years from Zucker and McLeod, Tuck. And you've got so much talent and different types of players up front. I do believe that Norris is a big, big key to the success of Tage Thompson and others. And I wasn't a big fan of seeing Zach Benson on that top line all summer long. I'm talking about who's going to play the first line left winger, who's going to play first line left winger. And then in camp and in preseason, like Zach Benson was a perfect fit with Thompson and Norris. So it is camp and preseason, so let's, not get too excited. I want to see it in the regular season. But I'm going to give that a chance. I think they'll be fine offensively. The power play has to be better, but they'll score enough. It's not going to be about did they score enough. It's going to be about, did they prevent enough goals, and that's going to be the key.
Marty Baran. Marty, this team has talked about wanting to be tougher to play against for quite a long time. And there might be a bunch of different ways to do that. How will they try to be tough to play against?
Well, it's funny because we had Alex Tuck on Sabres Live yesterday, and I asked him, look, there's a lot of big boys, right, on the team. You're big, on the defense. Dahlin's huge. Kesselring is big. Power's big. Samuelson's big. Like, there's a lot of big boys. And the first name that he brought up was Mason Gertson. And he said, this guy is huge, and he can skate. And I do feel that a lot of fans are like, you know what, like, the enforcer role is not really a thing in the NHL anymore. You have to be able to play. But I think that Gertson is going to get a chance to play a little bit, and that's going to kind of set the tone. And maybe even in practice, that's going to set the tone to compete and to be heavy and strong. So is this still to be seen? 100%. Like, to me, they have to show it. And there was a few times in preseason where, like, not as strong in front of the net that you wanted to be. Lindy Ruff in the preseason game, we lost too many stick battles. It still was there a little bit, but I think it's going to get better. And hopefully by Christmas, we're saying, hey, you know what? This is a team that's a lot harder to play against. But I think every coach at this time of year is saying the same thing. Being hard to play against is something that was said in the 60s and 70s and 80s and 90s, and it's being said again today.
I wonder how much the blue line plays into that too, Marty, because they are big and strong, but it's beyond Dahlin. Like, I guess I wonder how aggressive they'll all be with this, because the Samuelsson was at the center of that question last year after the Tage hit against New Jersey, and Power, of course, will get some criticism on that front. He's young. Even Timmins and Kesselring, like, they have a lot of big bodies. I wonder how aggressive they'll be as a blue line overall, though.
So it's interesting because, most coaches are going to talk about taking time and space away, closing in on the puck. And that's quickness, that's reads, that's positioning. And I think the Sabres have been good at that. But it's the finishing the play, leaning on guys, clearing the front of the net. And when I was in Philly, I played with Darian Hatcher. And I remember playing against Darian Hatcher for a few years and thinking, man, this guy is so slow, like he should just retire. And then I got to play with him, and I realized it's not about getting there. It's about winning the battle when you're presented with a battle. And I can tell you this, there was never anybody standing in front of the net. There was never anybody coming out of the puck with the puck when he was engaged in a one-on-one battle. Now, sometimes he didn't get to the corner in time, and he had to pick his battle. It's like playing, poker. Are you going to go in with the 2 and an 8? No, but if you have an ace king or pocket aces, you better lean on that. So that's what I want to see. Maybe that's more Samuelson and Timmins. Like, okay, you're not the fastest out there, but man, when you get there, lean and win that battle. So, Dahlin and Byram, they're going to get in the corners. They're going to take time and space away. They're going to close in really quickly. Power, I'm still waiting to see that. But if you're not going to get there in time when you're presented with the chance, lean and win that battle.
Marty, lastly, it's 20 years since the 05-06 season. Maybe a fan could use this as hope for this year, too. 20 years since that year that obviously you're a part of. How long do you feel like was it before that team knew that it was something special, that team was going to be, like, legitimately good? Like, was it this early, like the first couple weeks of the season?
No, I think for me personally, I think it took probably until December. And obviously that's when I had my streak of, winning 13 straight starts. But we had lost Ryan Miller earlier in the year. Look, we lost a game to the Ottawa Senators. What was it, 9-4 or whatnot?
Yeah.
Like,
that was the night that
pretty.
Was it the night that Miller broke his thumb in practice?
Yeah, he broke his thumb in the morning skate, and I found out as I was driving in. Lindy called me and was like, "Hey, listen, you're starting tonight. Mills, he has to have surgery or whatnot." So, but there was some disaster early on, and we weren't really like all fitting in, but Briere went down with the sports hernia, Dumont went down with the sports hernia, and then Roy and Pominville and Vanek and those guys really played a big role. So I want to say it was mid-season.
Yeah.
When Miller came back in December, I felt like we were rolling now, and he kind of just jumped right in and took over for the rest of the year.
In that Ottawa game, Marty, did you start and then Mika went in and then you went back in?
Yep, and I didn't even get the loss because Mika gave up the winning goal in the second period.
Yeah.
So I gave up, I think, 3. And then another 3 or 4. I gave up 6 or 7. I remember having him. Oh, this was kind of funny. So after the game, Lindy came into the room and called Mika and I into his office, and Darcy Regier was waiting there, and he was like, "This was embarrassing. You guys weren't ready to play," and he's yelling, and I never really spoke back. Like there was times where I did, but I always kind of just stay quiet. And I'm like, he's like, "You guys weren't ready to play." I'm like, "We weren't ready to play because you didn't play us in the first month of the season. Like it was Ryan Miller. Like we didn't play." And he goes, "I asked you guys if you want to go conditioning in Rochester, and you said no." I'm like, "Because it's not going to matter. It's about playing in the NHL. Give us a chance to play, and we'll respond." And he's like, "Well, we have no other choice now. You guys are going to be playing," and it kind of turned out better, obviously. But I remember having that argument with Darcy, and that was the start of something cool that year.
Yeah, it got rolling. So 10-4 was the final. Yeah. I want to find
10-4.
I want to find how rare that is in NHL history, Marty, to start a game and finish a game and not get the result. Like I cannot imagine that's happened more than a couple times, if ever.
No, it's not that rare because often, like, for example, my very first NHL game, I played the first period against Pittsburgh. I gave up 4. Steve Shields goes in the second period. He gives up 2 more. We're down 6-1.
Yeah.
And then Tim Nolan says, "Marty, you're going back in the third because you need to get the rep."
Okay.
It's happened more often. It just, by that time, usually, you've switched and turned the TV off
Right.
and are watching other sporting events because like that game's over. But that was the 2 4-goal games, right? Have that and Alfredson, I think, had 4 goal games that game that was 10-4.
Yep, I'm looking at it right now. Yeah, 4 goals for each.
You guys also that year, I remember, played a game in Rochester, a regular season game in Rochester.
That was a disaster.
Yeah, and I think at one point
the Roy Fitzpatrick and Brian Giunta Bowl.
Yeah.
Because it was against New Jersey and the ice was bad. And, and it was that wasn't good.
Oh. All right, Marty. Well,
there'll be more better 20-year anniversaries with this season being 20 years old later in the year, I'm sure.
Yes.
So we'll get to it.
Marty,
I'm optimistic, guys. Listen, Toronto, Tampa, Florida, I think those 3 teams are still going to be really good. Ottawa last year really took a step forward, but I think the Atlantic is better, and there's a spot there for a wild card. And is Montreal? I didn't like Montreal's game last night. Is Columbus? Is Detroit?
It probably won't be Boston the way their team looks.
No, well, although you know what, Boston is going to do the same thing as they did last night. They're going to get outshot 35-22, and they're going to hope that Swayman is going to save the day, and he did that.
Yeah, they might get some of those.
Thanks, Marty. Enjoy the season. We'll talk again, I'm sure, very, very soon.
Okay, have a good one, guys.
All right, thanks, Marty. Thank you. Marty Baron, Sabres and Rangers tonight. If you're on hold, stick with us. 803-0550, 1-888-552-550. It's opening night in the NHL. And there's something from the NHL from last night that I don't hear a big push to make a change, but I wouldn't mind just having a quick conversation if it's time to make a change. Not one we talk about a lot. Get to that next. So we could find out that they designate Maxwell Hairston for a return. IR designated to return. That opens a 3-week window to practice, and after the 3 weeks is up, you have to decide if he's on your active roster or he's done for the year. Right? Okay. They don't have to open his practice window today, but they could. They could do it at any point along the way. He's just on IR. The designation to return means we're going to see if this guy can come back. So he's not practicing yet. If they open that window, designated to return, that's good news. I think it means we can start to talk about him being on the field again. If they don't, that pushes it to next week. Once I'm at the 16th, now it's October 15th, it's a Wednesday. They're on the bye week, but whatever. Whenever they would do this, we are 4 weeks from the trade deadline. Less. It's already less than 4 from the trade deadline. The deadline is November 4th. So if he were activated, designated to return today, 1, 2, 3 weeks, that means that right before the Chiefs game, he would either be on the active roster or done for the year. The Chiefs game is November 2nd. The trade deadline is November 4th. So your window to find out is kind of closing.
Yeah.
If this goes 2 more weeks and he's still not even designated to return, I mean, you're at Tre'Davious White and you don't even know what Dorian Strong, he's seen the specialist. Maybe we get an update on that today.
Yeah.
Like, could he be out for the year? Could he be out for, who knows?
It sounds like it really could be the year.
Right.
Him. Yeah.
And what I'm getting at is, like, the deadline itself is static. We know that. It's November 4th. So the deadline is November 4th. And with Hairston, if news doesn't start coming soon, it gets, I think, more and more likely that they're going to have to make a move to add a corner. And even if he does get designated to return, they still might want to do it because of Dorian Strong. Like, they're down a guy. Yeah. I don't know that I'm ready for the Bills, and I don't think they should be ready to go to guys that are behind Tre'Davious White on the depth chart when what they really need is somebody above Tre'Davious White.
I'm not thinking this way. I think I actually haven't thought this way in a while. But I did going into the offseason, which was they better have a good offseason because the next time they bottom out, your star players might not want to hang around forever.
Well, Paul Hamilton,
how close are you to approaching the next phase of, these dudes have been here for 7 years, and how long can you actually ask them to continue to do this?
Paul said last week, his opinion is if it doesn't really turn around, that Tage and Dahlin are going to want out. His opinion. I mean, that's Paul. He's close to the team. He's been through a lot of these years, and he thinks if it doesn't turn around fast, that those two are going to want out.
I mean, those two have now been on the team longer than both Eichel and Reinhart were here. Right? Like, this is Thompson's, it's his 8th year with the Sabres.
Mm-hmm.
Dahlin, about the same. Like, it's approaching a decade that they've been here. They've been here for more than half of it, right? Or at least about half of the drought so far that they've been here. They were not the most important players when they first got here, but they've been around for, they're on the 10-game win streak team. Dahlin's on the ice.
Yes.
Yes. They're on that team. Tage scored a shootout winner, I think, during that streak.
Do you know how I know Dahlin's on the ice for the 10-game win streak? Because I was very proud of my line that I had, which was, look, it's the best Swedish defenseman in the world, and Erik Karlsson. Which I was proud of that.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's true.
Right.
But whatever.
So they've been around a while. So, maybe not the day for, look what's around the corner, but it's a big year. Not just because they probably have a chance and the division is definitely weak, but also because you got a ticking clock here.
Yeah,
that's kind of just hanging over your head like a dark cloud. Sabres tonight against the New York Rangers, 7 o'clock puck drop, 6 o'clock pregame here on WGR. Matthias Samuelsson, Owen Power expected to play tonight after dealing with some injuries throughout training camp. Alex Lyon expected in goal. Thursday night football between the Giants and the Eagles. That'll be just after 8 o'clock. And the baseball playoffs continue with the Blue Jays beating the Yankees, eliminating New York, advancing to the ALCS. Toronto will meet the winner of Detroit and Seattle. Game 5 in that series will be on Friday night. Phillies stay alive with an 8-2 win over the Cubs. Over the Dodgers. The Cubs stay alive by beating the Brewers. Both of those series are in action later today. Bills will practice later. Also, we'll get our first injury report of the week later this morning. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
One-two pitch. There it is! The Toronto Blue Jays have punched their ticket to the championship series. Going through the New York Yankees in 4 games, and again, withstanding the Yankees' best punch.
Yankees lose. I'm just reading a story here that I want to get to because it's worth mentioning, and then some calls here on the Sabres, Bills as well. At SI.com. So the NFL is targeting Dan Orlovsky, among others. They've ordered NFL analysts and people that post their highlights online and to stop doing it. Basically, you know how he posts, they'll tweet like, hey, look at this all-22 video?
Yeah.
They told him to stop. He tweeted yesterday, for Titans fans, and since I'm not allowed to post video here anymore, go watch the first quarter, 8:14, and second quarter, 3:42, second quarter, 14:12, that the league has come after content creators of here's the film, here's this, here's that, and told them to stop posting video.
That seems like almost outrageous.
Yeah.
Why would they? I mean, is he still doing it on TV? Is he allowed to do it when he's on like NFL Live?
I'm watching right now, waiting to see this. But has the NFL decided that all these video breakdowns shouldn't be happening? This takes me back to maybe 20 years ago when Major League Baseball cracked down on highlights being tweeted and highlights being posted to YouTube, and everyone thought every single highlight that's ever shown helps you. That people like talking about football and watching football because they get this level of like, watch, teach me, learn the game, help me, understand. And if the NFL is now cracking down on that and not allowing people to post all 22 stuff, like that is, I think it's a net negative for their product.
I think it's a huge net negative.
But
people learning more about the sport and understanding what's actually happening in the context of things.
Yeah.
You want to avoid, hot take culture. One way to do that is have people know more about what's actually happening on the field. So I think that's a ridiculous idea by the NFL to block people from doing that.
Yeah.
Man.
And ESPN and the NFL are partners.
And to what level are they going to do that? Are they going to come after everybody that's doing that? Or are they just going to go after the big national guys from doing that? Can they control everyone on social media doing it? That's weird.
They can come for people that make money off it. What happens to Brian Baldinger's breakdowns on Twitter?
Yeah, right.
I'm looking at one right now.
Where's Baldy's breakdowns?
And Brian Baldinger, if you were getting really into the weeds here, he doesn't even post the NFL Pro film. He takes video off a television screen with his phone.
Right. Well, he probably doesn't know how to screen record.
Maybe not. But Brian Baldinger is. I'm watching right now, and the television screen is distorting. He's just recording with the phone and talking.
Right.
Anyway, it's stunning.
I really hope that doesn't become the case for everybody.
803-0550. So, keep an eye on that. I don't know what that's about. Paul in Buffalo, good morning.
Good morning, guys. Woo-hoo, the season is here, and boo-hoo, my other season has ended. Let me tip a cap to the Blue Jays. It is not easy to close a game in the Bronx. That was well done by them. Moving on to the Buffalo Sabres. The entire season for me is the month of October. There are 11 games in the month of October, 8 of them against division opponents, 7 of them at home. You need 7 wins, no less than 7 wins. You need to come out like a steamroller tonight because it's an open secret. The Rangers window is totally shut. It is an ancient team. Drury is going to move half that roster at the trade deadline. I mean, if anything, maybe put on a show for Igor Shesterkin and convince him at the trade deadline this might be the team he wants to come to. You need to beat the crap out of the Rangers tonight. This should not be competitive. It should be a fireball going down the ice. And you need to just go down the tracks this month. If you manage to win these home games, you will sell out the building all year. Because if you win these games against these division opponents in October, you're going to be in the catbird seat in the division all year. The 2 best players in the Eastern Conference, one's in the Western Conference, and one is on a golf course all season. You might have arguably the best player in the Eastern Conference on your team. You might have the best forward in the Eastern Conference on your team to go with him. I mean, this is the time. I don't give a darn who's in that. Call up Marty if you need to and tell him we need him back for a month. Get the 13-game streak back. This month is critical. Get it done in October, boys. And I'll be there in Montreal on the 20th. You'll see me in my Darlene jersey, autographed when I was veteran of the game, and I will be proud to be there. Guys, let's go.
Thanks, Paul. Let's have a season.
The goalie thing, though, like that, I wonder, like that could all play out the way you want it. Sabres look like the better team tonight, and they run through the Rangers, and Igor Shesterkin is the goalie on the other side, and you lose.
Doesn't he have crazy good numbers against the Sabres?
I think
too?
so.
So I'll pull up his splits.
There's a lot of that.
Not that anyone would have bad numbers against the Sabres, but
And listen, like. You want to make a case that Darlene is like one of the best players in the conference? I think that's a debate you could have. The thing that you might hold them back in this division is still like Thompson is great. He's not the best player in this division. Definitively, he is not the best player, not the best forward, in this division. The Sabres have depth. They absolutely have depth. But in terms of stars up front, they don't have that. Like, their second best forward is not on par with other teams, where Tampa is going Point and Kucherov right at the top. And the Leafs are still going with probably Matthews and Nylander at this point as their top two. In Florida, when they're healthy as this, they might not be right at this second. Like, the Sabres don't stack up in that way with other teams. If they're going to be good, it's going to be because they have 9 forwards that are all contributing, not 2 stars at the top. That's how Tampa's built. Tampa is not deep at all, but they have 5 players that are as good as the Sabres' best player.
Right. If the Sabres are going to be good, it's not to single out one guy, but it's Jack Quinn is back.
Right.
Like a guy that can score, scores.
Yeah, it's your second and third line is better than Tampa's second and third line, and your second and third line are better than, Detroit's and, Montreal's. That's how you do it. And I would not just throw out the goaltending like that. Like, I don't care who the goalie is. I'm optimistic about Lyon, but I don't know if I'm optimistic enough about Lyon to think he's going to start 50 games for them if he needs to, 60 games if he needs to.
Shesterkin is 10-3-2 against the Sabres.
Yeah, it's tough.
Goals against, save percentage of .913. So, yeah, good luck.
I mean, that's a possibility tonight. I don't know. I don't know how I'll feel if they look like the better team all night tonight if they lose 2-1 because what are you going to do? Like, they have a superstar goalie on the other side. Like that could happen to them this year a lot.
It won't matter.
What won't matter?
If they put up 38 shots and lose 4-1.
Oh, you're saying I won't feel any better?
No one will care.
Yeah,
it's got to be results. 803-0550 to join us. 1-888-550-2550. Jeremy and Joe. Sabres tonight. Goal song debut.
Yep.
Don't get mad at me.
Blue and gold carpet also before they'll have a lot of their normal festivities. That'll be cool.
How about Marty saying he voted for all of the goal songs?
I don't think he said all of them, but he said multiple.
All right. I voted for this one.
Multiple.
And then I voted for this one. And then I voted for that one.
Yeah.
Listen, if you don't like Swords of a Thousand Men, don't get mad at me if it wins. I don't think it will. But don't get mad at me if it wins.
They are, and by the way, this is only for when they wear blue and gold, right? I think they're sticking with when in the 15 games that they wear black and red.
All right.
So this is actually really only their goal song for 27 of the 42 home games.
You know what they say?
26 of the 41.
They say if you have 2 goal songs, you really have none.
Do they say that?
Yeah, they do say that. That's quarterbacks and goalies. And is that it?
I don't think it's goalies anymore.
No.
A lot of teams now, like if you get 2 pretty good ones, like you're fine. Toronto did that last year. Toronto had 2 pretty good goalies, and that got them there. The Rangers on the other side tonight are not that team. They just have the one superstar.
JD in the chat points out the Sabres ran Shesterkin out of the net twice last year.
Ooh, okay.
Is that right? All right.
So wait, he was 10-3-1. You said though.
10-3-2. So
10-3-2. So I guess he was unbelievable going into last year, and then
got chased. Get the building rocking. That's all. Just want to have some, trying to have some fun.
Is that right? Would we remember them chasing Shesterkin like that? Okay, yeah, there you go. November 7th, early in the year, the Sabres beat the Rangers 6-1. And Shesterkin got pulled after 33 minutes. He allowed 5 goals on 12 shots. So, okay. All right. It's possible.
Can you bet Shesterkin to be pulled?
Then they beat the Rangers 8-2 in February. And in that game, Shesterkin allowed 5 goals on 16 shots. He got pulled after 18 minutes. Okay, there you go. He allowed 10 goals and 2 starts in Buffalo last season. It didn't make it through either game.
803-0550. Pick of the week is coming up, and we'll keep counting down the hours towards the Sabres and Rangers opener. Get some Bills chatter in as well. Bills and Falcons this week in Atlanta for Monday Night Football. Back on Monday Night Football once again.
We also need to get to, there's a Diggs comment that was made about
Let's do the next.
About the Bills.
We teased that earlier and forgot to get to it. Sorry. Yes, a Diggs comment. We'll do controversy, schmontroversy, or, is it a shot at you or not? What's next?
I'm not thinking this way. I think I actually haven't thought this way in a while. But I did going into the offseason, which was they better have a good offseason because the next time they bottom out, your star players might not want to hang around forever.
Well, Paul Hamilton,
how close are you to approaching the next phase of, these dudes have been here for 7 years, and how long can you actually ask them to continue to do this?
Paul said last week, his opinion is if it doesn't really turn around, that Tage and Dahlin are going to want out. His opinion. I mean, that's Paul. He's close to the team. He's been through a lot of these years, and he thinks if it doesn't turn around fast, that those two are going to want out.
I mean, those two have now been on the team longer than both Eichel and Reinhart were here. Right? Like, this is Thompson's, it's his 8th year with the Sabres.
Mm-hmm.
Dahlin, about the same. Like, it's approaching a decade that they've been here. They've been here for more than half of it, right? Or at least about half of the drought so far that they've been here. They were not the most important players when they first got here, but they've been around for, they're on the 10-game win streak team. Dahlin's on the ice.
Yes.
Yes. They're on that team. Tage scored a shootout winner, I think, during that streak.
Do you know how I know Dahlin's on the ice for the 10-game win streak? Because I was very proud of my line that I had, which was, look, it's the best Swedish defenseman in the world, and Erik Karlsson. Which I was proud of that.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's true.
Right.
But whatever.
So they've been around a while. So, maybe not the day for, look what's around the corner, but it's a big year, not just because they probably have a chance and the division is definitely weak, but also because, you got a ticking clock here.
Yeah.
That's kind of just hanging over your head like a dark cloud.
Hey, it's Sabres opening night. Who's got the fever?
I've gotten it. I've gotten into it. I've gotten optimistic. I still think the goaltending's going to be a big problem, but
whatever. That could be exciting.
But that's
if
right.
They can score.
Maybe they get dragged into more high-scoring hockey games because they can't get saves. I don't know. But yeah, no, I'm pumped up and excited because one of these years it has to just be the year, right? Eventually, it has to be the year.
Yes, one of them has to.
And it probably will be a year where you don't fully... You're never going to fully expect that's the season they're going to break it, right?
Unless they were to get McDavid and McKinnon in an offseason, then I might expect it, but yes.
No, this will be the best you do. It's, hey, I've got 7 people I've seen in the last week that have said they've got a 50-50 shot. All right, I'm into it. That's the best I think you're ever going to get going into a year until they actually finally make it. So this is I'm ready for it.
Yeah.
on a draw there that sets up Rasmus Dahlin after a couple of passes to blast one home to make it 1-0.
Presuming they score tonight, they'll debut their goal song for 2025. Jeremy and Joe. All right. This is, of course, Swords of a Thousand Men. The right choice 10 years ago. I don't know if that makes the right choice today. Whatever. Do what you think is right. Diggs. Is this a controversy? Do Bills fans have to get mad about it? Go.
Stephon Diggs, when talking about the Saints yesterday, said, quote, might be a bigger test for the Patriots than the Bills. He was being asked about flipping the page. No, their record might not show. They're very skillful, so on and so forth. But that's the part that is catching eyes, is that they might be a bigger test, the Saints, than the Bills.
But the context is because we're having to learn how to deal with success, how to maintain a standard, how to string together wins.
Yep.
Yeah, I think it's totally fine. That's a thing football coaches say. It's tough to win in this league, right? That's basically what that is. Got to make sure we don't let up. If the Bills said that the Jets, this week could be a bigger test. We got to make sure we got our heads in the right place. Like, that's totally a thing that football people say. So that's what I would say.
Being able to replicate that process or do it all over again and work equally as hard and pay attention to detail and focus. That's his quote. Yeah. Right. It's doing it again after you've just done it when you're not used to doing it. Because by itself, it sounds ridiculous.
Yeah, the Saints should not be a bigger test than the Bills.
No.
You wouldn't think.
Not at all.
803-0550. Tonight, the Giants and the Eagles.
I don't know what to do with this game. I generally am interested in the home division team that's getting a lot of points.
And the Eagles are
the highest third and out rate in the NFL in 20 years.
Yeah, their offense is stagnant right now.
Yeah.
The Giants have a little bit of juice with Jackson Dart, a little bit.
Last week they couldn't stop turning the ball over, though. That's how they lost to New Orleans.
Right.
They're missing another receiver, so...
Neighbors and Slayton both out.
All that being said, the way the Eagles play football right now, this game should be close tonight. It should be. This is how they're playing every week. For any concern you have about the Bills, the way they play offense, they don't have the defensive questions the Bills do, but the offensive ones, they are that times 10 right now, and there's no reason for it. What personnel-wise would you say? Why are they have more 3 and outs than anyone in the league? The quarterback is at least pretty good. The line is great. The running back is great. The receivers are great. What's the problem?
The running back is definitely not having a great year.
No, right.
His follow-up to last year is not on schedule.
If I were pointing fingers there right now, I'd be pointing at the coach. You got all the tools you need. What's your problem?
Last year, Saquon Barkley averaged nearly 6 yards per carry. This year, it's 3.2.
Right.
That's tough. Is that not the Bills against the Patriots? Hey, you were built on a running game, and if the running game goes away, you got to go to your passing game. And if there are limitations there, for the Eagles, the limitation might be the quarterback can't throw down the field, and for the Bills, the limitation might be the receivers don't get open down the field.
Well, he did in the Super Bowl.
That's right. He did.
So that's why it's he did it in the biggest game, but he's not doing it now when they're playing Tampa, when he's 0 for 8 in an entire half. It's a very strange team to follow right now. Their defense, though, is so good. It's that's the difference from the Bills. The Bills can have an off game with their offense running the ball. The defense might lose it for them. Philadelphia, what's happening? The offense is losing it for them, but the defense is making up for it.
803-0550. Open segment when we return to talk with you about Bills and Falcons or Sabres and Rangers. The NHL season for the Sabres opens tonight at KeyBank Center. We will see you there. Give us a ring, 803-0550 on WGR.
I wonder how much the blue line plays into that too, Marty, because they are big and strong, but it's beyond Dahlin. I guess I wonder how aggressive they'll all be with this, because the Samuelson was at the center of that question last year after the Tage hit against New Jersey, and Power, of course, will get some criticism on that front. Time now for He's
the
young. Seneca sneak peek even presented by Seneca.
Like,
they have a lot of big bodies. I wonder how aggressive they'll be as a blue line overall, though.
So it's interesting because, most coaches are going to talk about taking time and space away, closing in on the puck. And that's quickness, that's read, that's positioning. And I think the Sabres have been good at that. But it's the finishing the play, leaning on guys, clearing the front of the net. And when I was in Philly, I played with Darian Hatcher. And I remember playing against Darian Hatcher for a few years and thinking, man, this guy is so slow, like he should just retire. And then I got to play with him, and I realized it's not about getting there. It's about winning the battle when you're presented with a battle. And I can tell you this, there was never anybody standing in front of the net. There was never anybody coming out of the puck with the puck when he was engaged in a one-on-one battle. Now, sometimes he didn't get to the corner in time, and he had to pick his battle. It's like playing, poker. Are you going to go in with the 2 and an 8? No, but if you have an ace king or pocket aces, you better lean on that. So that's what I want to see. Maybe that's more Samuelson and Timmins. Like, okay, you're not the fastest out there, but man, when you get there, lean and win that battle. So, Dahlin and Byram, they're going to get in the corners. They're going to take time and space away. They're going to close in really quickly. Power, I'm still waiting to see that. But if you're not going to get there in time when you're presented with the chance, lean and win that battle.
Hey, it's Sabres opening night. Who's got the fever?
I've gotten it. I've gotten into it. I've gotten optimistic. I still think the goaltending's going to be a big problem, but
whatever. That could be exciting.
But that's
if
right.
They can score.
Maybe they get dragged into more high-scoring hockey games because they can't get saves. I don't know. But yeah, no, I'm pumped up and excited because one of these years it has to just be the year, right? Eventually, it has to be the year.
Yes, one of them has to.
And it probably will be a year where you don't fully... You're never going to fully expect that's the season they're going to break it, right?
Unless they were to get McDavid and McKinnon in an offseason, then I might expect it, but yes.
No, this will be the best you do. It's, hey, I've got 7 people I've seen in the last week that have said they've got a 50-50 shot. Like, all right, I'm into it. Like, that's the best I think you're ever going to get going into a year until they actually finally make it. So this is I'm ready for it.
Yeah.
Open the season tonight against the New York Rangers. 7 o'clock puck drop at KeyBank Center. We will have pregame starting at 6 here on WGR. Alex Lyon expected to be in goal for the Sabres. Matthias Samuelsson and Owen Power, who've been dealing with some injuries in training camp, are expected to be in the lineup tonight. Michael Kesselring, newcomer from Utah, is not expected to play tonight. He has also been injured. To baseball. Blue Jays win over the Yankees last night to advance to the ALCS. New York season is over. 5-2 win for Toronto. They'll meet the winner of Seattle and Detroit, who will play Game 5 on Friday. Bills practice today. First injury report of the week coming a little bit later. Thursday Night Football between the Giants and the Eagles in New York just after 8 o'clock. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
I told you guys that I try and not get too high, not get too low, which is something that I was not doing early on in my career. But, early on in my career, it's looked as cocky, immature. Now it's moxie, he's a dog. So it's same, different day. Just as long as you play well, they change the narrative. But you just got to be yourself, and I've always been like that.
Baker Mayfield, that is the truest thing anyone's ever said. Play well, they'll just change the narrative. People do that all the time. It's happening with Diggs right now. Mina Kimes referred to Diggs as a quarterback whisperer.
Quarterback whisperer?
Yes. Mina's great.
What does that mean?
The idea that
he's open?
Yeah. That if you're a young quarterback coming along, you should throw it to him all the time. He's going to be open every play. Do you know about Diggs? There's good news in here for the Bills, so it's not a shot anywhere. Number 1 in the NFL in open score. ESPN's open score. Number 1 in the league is who? Puka Nacua. Number 2 in the league is who?
Is it Diggs?
Diggs. Number 3 in the league. This is the better news. Number 3 in the league is who?
Number 3?
Yes.
Is it JSN?
No. It's a Bills player.
An open score?
Yes.
Kincaid?
Yeah.
That guy.
Number 3 in the league.
Well, make sure he's off the field for 40% of your snaps. 50%, sorry. 51.
Puka, Diggs, Kincaid. 1, 2, 3 in ESPN's open score.
Two of those guys were on the same team at the same time at one point.
They were, very briefly, when the team decided that. And then they fired a coordinator 6 games into it because it was not going well.
I mean, what would it mean for New England if Diggs is just normal Diggs throughout the whole year?
Oh,
prime Diggs.
Then they make the playoffs.
They make the playoffs, and they're challenging the Bills. With that schedule, they're challenging the Bills.
If he's prime Diggs?
Prime Diggs. Like he is. Put him at 1,400 yards level Diggs. He's that player. He keeps this up the whole year.
I don't know if he is that. The open score might be affected by the fact that he just played the Bills and he was open a lot against the Bills.
He played Tre'Davious White.
Maybe. Some Trey White, some whatever. I don't want to get too far off on Diggs here, but
he's at 71.8 yards per game. That's right in line with every year he played for the Bills other than 2020 he averaged 96 per game. So it's not that. It's his lesser Bills seasons and just above his final season with the Bills. So it's a 1,200 yard, 1,300 yard player if he gets the right amount of targets, if he's open that often. So it's more though for me about New England's schedule. The quarterback is good. He looks great.
Okay.
And they don't play
New England.
anybody.
Hold on. New England's schedule and the Bills' schedule. I want to put down fears of that because New England has the easiest schedule left.
Yes.
And the Bills have the 27th.
27th easiest or 27th hardest?
27th hardest.
Okay, so it's like 5 teams apart.
There's one difference. It's that the Bills play the Eagles and the Patriots don't.
They play the Giants.
Yeah. Is that the only difference? They both play the Bengals, right?
Well, let's see.
And the Bengals are without Burrow.
They both play the South, the NFC South, so that's no different.
It's the Eagles and the Giants, the only thing separating their schedules.
They both play the AFC North?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. But shouldn't there be some other difference
There's one
somewhere?
other crossover. There's another NFC crossover.
Oh, the other change has already happened. The Bills will play the Chiefs, and the Patriots got to play the Raiders.
Okay, and they lost
that game.
So there you go.
So
there are 3 differences on the schedule every time you play.
Right.
So who's the third one for the Patriots?
That would be their there will be another NFC change somewhere.
Yeah, the NFC crossover. You're gonna. Sorry. 3 division, same place. So that's the Bills play the Texans, and the Patriots play who? Is it the Jaguars?
They play Tennessee.
Tennessee. Which, how different is that right now?
It's probably pretty different.
A little different.
Tennessee's probably the worst team in the league.
Okay.
It took acts of God for them to lose to the Cardinals.
But that's the only differences on the schedule are
or to beat the
Eagles,
Cardinals.
Texans versus Giants and Titans. And those
that's a pretty big difference.
Is it?
It's only 2 games, but in terms of the caliber, there's 2 Super Bowl contenders against 2 teams that are probably 2 of the 5 worst teams
You
in
just
football.
called the Texans a Super Bowl contender?
Oh, sorry, Texans. I thought Eagles and Chiefs. Is
Eagles
what
and Texans.
Okay, right, but the Chiefs are the other difference.
Sure.
Yeah. And they don't have to play the Chiefs. So, right, the Texans are not a Super Bowl contender, but they are definitely better than the Titans, and probably by a good amount.
Okay. But
the Titans don't have a good unit anywhere.
But
the Texans at least have a great defense.
Even with that, the Bills have the 27th hardest schedule left.
Okay.
So, if you're making a point about the Patriots schedule, the Bills schedule is pretty easy too.
Well, they've got, but that's still 2 games better, and they've got another matchup with you, and it's at home. So they can earn their tiebreaker at home for themselves. So if they just keep pace everywhere else, and those 3 games would be the difference. They don't even need all 3 of those results.
Well, put it this way. Here's another way to potentially say how it goes to the Bills. The Bengals being removed as a real team.
Yes.
And also the Ravens for this. The Patriots go to Cincinnati, where the Bills would host Cincinnati.
Yep.
Are the Bengals no longer a real team? Probably not.
They're not.
The Bills played the real Ravens. The Patriots will get the Ravens later in the year.
And we'll see what they are by then. Their defense will definitely be banged up by then. Lamar is probably playing by week 16, unless they are out of it by that point, and maybe he's re-injured. I don't know. But they should have Lamar playing against them.
Right. Anyway.
All I'm saying is that 2-game difference could be the difference. It's a 1-game gap right now, and again, they've got the advantage on you. They've beaten you in your building. So, that Foxborough game could be huge. When is that? That's week 15?
For the Bills and Patriots?
I'd expect that game to mean something.
Yeah, December 14th.
And I would pick the Bills to win it right now, but how could you not have just watched that game on Sunday and not think that it would at least be close, given that it's also in Foxborough? I think this is a race.
We'll see. I'm not convinced it's a race yet. The Chief game will tell me if it's a race. The Bills are going to go clean up to the Chiefs game, and the Patriots might also, right? They might. So the Bills' next 3 games, up until the Chiefs game, are 2 games, right? Because it's the Falcons and the Panthers. Yep. They're going to win those 2 games. The Patriots will play the Saints, the Titans, and the Browns. They might win all 3.
That'll be a test. If you got to beat, you want to be in the race, you got to beat the bad teams,
right?
That's what the Bills do. The Bills typically are going to beat the bad teams, and you got to match that.
And I don't want to just label Cleveland as a flat-out bad team because they have competed with good teams. They beat the Packers. They compete with the Vikings.
They keep scores low.
Yes, they stay close. Cleveland for the Bills and the Patriots is not a bad team to me. That's a tough out. Anyway, when the Bills play the Chiefs that week, it's Falcons at Patriots. And then after that, the Patriots play the Bucs.
Anyway. I'd pick Tampa right now.
Sure. Anyway, let me tell you, just looking ahead, this year's Chiefs game is going to put our souls in a blender.
You are going to really have to fight, I think, the day after. If they've lost that game, all the people, they're going to be like, this is the year.
Oh, I know.
They lost it.
I know.
Flip the script.
I am so... Yes, I know.
Maybe the Bills were hiding something this time, and the Chiefs weren't.
Yep, I know. Anyway, let's get some calls in. Mike in Syracuse. Hey, Mike.
Hey, Jeremy. Hi, Joe. How you doing?
Good.
Just had a quick comment. You guys were talking about linebacker earlier. This is probably a complete long shot and very wishful thinking because I think Chicago paid him good money. I know that we're tight on linebacker and stuff like that, but what do you think there's any possibility getting someone who's been in our system before of us getting back Tremaine Edmonds?
Ooh, not at that contract.
No, I don't think so.
No, too expensive. I don't even think they could fit it if they really wanted to. So,
and Edmonds,
yeah, I know we have cap constraints and stuff like that. I don't think it would even happen. I think he would obviously plug back in really, really well, and he's a big physical guy. But that was just my wishful thinking.
Yeah, cap it's $17 million.
Okay, let me make a draft. You want to process some waivers in former Bill, future Bill? Because I might want Tremaine Edmonds.
For what? For now? For this year?
Next year.
For next year?
Uh-huh. Ready for this?
Yeah.
Just, again, we're drafting former Bills to return. Tell me this isn't a good draft pick in our fantasy league format. His cap hit for the Bears next year is $17 million.
Mm-hmm.
The dead cap, if they cut him, is $2 million. They can save $15 million.
Okay.
By getting out from under Tremaine Edmonds.
Are they going to want to do that?
I don't know. But here's the other part of it. This is a famous, perfect point always made about Tremaine Edmonds. How old is he? He's only 28.
No, he's got to be like 22.
Next year, that's right.
22.
He's currently 27. Next year, he'd be 28. And what would the Bills have? They won't have Matt Milano anymore. They'll have to decide if they're going to draft a linebacker. Are they going to have faith in Terrell Bernard to play the spot he plays, or would they put him in the Milano spot because Milano's gone and say,
and Dorian Williams isn't doing anything this year to put him in a starting
spot. Not trusting him. Just for the sake of former Bill, future Bill, I think I want to pick up Tremaine Edmonds on waivers and hold that in that keeper league of ours.
Well, there really isn't another linebacker for that, is there? Like, we mentioned Douglas as the guy who knows the system, has played here before, you could plug him right in. We've done this with safety. Who's the linebacker? Because Edmonds is too expensive to do that now.
It's Balin Spector and A.J. Klein. And
A.J. Klein hasn't played football in 2 years.
No, I know.
And he was retired when the last time he did play football.
Not to say that this is likely to happen.
No.
But I do wonder if by next year, Terrell Bernard is not in the spot he's in. They extended him.
Yeah, it's interesting. I've not thought about that until today, until you brought it up, but he started that. He started there. He started at will linebacker, right? Like, how much of him playing middle linebacker in the first place was because they had nobody else to do it?
Like,
Tyrell Dodson was the competition.
Had a big conversation on this.
Oh, he would be the guy, by the way.
Dodson?
What's his cap hit? He's in Miami, who's also terrible. How do I get Dodson and Douglas in the same trade?
Do I have him on my roster? I know he was on my board. No, I don't have him right now. We got to run some waivers in this league. I've got Quentin Jefferson, Saran Neal, and Mike White.
Dodson's cap hit is $2.5 million with Miami.
Tyrell Dodson.
They're going to give Miami a 5th round pick, and they're going to give him Douglas and Dodson. And now that's going to double the frustration from Bills fans. Like, you got 2 of them, and by that time they'll be activating Gabe Davis, and it'll be all come to a head at the same time.
Well, we had a long conversation yesterday on the Bill Squad show with Joe Marino and Jerry Ostrowski. I asked Joe, who we talked to on Wednesdays, and if I didn't get to that with him yesterday, I apologize because we had a bunch of stuff to get to. But I asked, watching all 22 and thinking about the Bills, is there growing frustration from them, those two, watching Bernard? And the answer was yes. And they kind of arrived at, when you have him play the position that he plays, there are things he does really well. But you have to accept certain shortcomings, and that when they drafted him, the thought was he's going to be Milano's replacement. Then Milano, of course, re-signs and is great, and they want to get both guys on the field because they make big plays. Is Bernard not what the Bills' entire defense kind of is, which is good, not great, but makes really big plays? That's Bernard. Bernard makes the splash plays that Edmonds never did. But I mean, some of Edmonds' splash plays were plays that went the wrong way because
there was more consistency.
Yeah,
with him.
They spent they spent a 1st-round pick and traded up for Edmonds.
Right.
That's the kind of linebacker that when they started this whole thing, they said that's the guy we want.
Yeah.
So I don't know about by next year if that changes, and if Bernard goes to the other spot. I mean, I know that he's their leader. He's a team captain.
And he's the only one of 2 captains.
Right.
He's the only
2 captains.
captain.
He's the green dot. He gets them all in position. He does all that stuff. Anyway, that conversation.
It's an interesting thought.
That conversation with Jerry and Joe kind of led to that might be what they do going forward. I don't know if they can do it this year, but anyway.
No, I mean this year. Well, actually, let me ask this: when Shaq Thompson was a good player for the Panthers, where did he play? I thought he had experience playing middle linebacker. I don't know if you would do that mid-season, but he has definitively been the Bills' best linebacker this season.
Yeah.
Like, he's one of PFF's 4 highest-graded players on the season that have played a certain minimum of snaps. So, I don't know how much you want to trust that, though. He's older than Milano is, and he's got injury history, too, but at the moment, he's the available one. And at the moment, he's the one who's actually been putting big plays on tape, smashing guys behind the line of scrimmage. He punches a ball out from Ramondre Stevenson. That's where, I thought when the caller called up about trading for a linebacker, he was going to mention some veteran that, is on a one-year deal and used to be good, but he's showing something now, kind of like the Rasul Douglas. I feel like they've already got the guy. Shaq Thompson would be the guy you trade for. 33-year-old veteran on a one-year deal you could plug right in and he knows the system. He's already here, and he's doing well.
Yeah.
So I'm not thinking about linebacker for the deadline because I feel like they already have their deadline linebacker, and he's out there.
803-0550. Ooh, what was the trivia question here? We missed it. Sean McDermott was the answer to the sneaky Hembo trivia on ESPN. You got a rewind function here?
I don't believe so.
The answer was, this is a fun little game. The answer was,
for you.
The answer was 7. McDermott, 7. Is the question most playoff wins without a Super Bowl appearance?
That's a good guess because I think that's about. He has more.
He has more than 7 playoff wins.
No,
okay.
maybe he doesn't. Count them up. He's got.
They've won 5 division titles. No, they have more than 7 playoff wins.
No, I don't think so.
No?
5 wild cards and 2 divisional round wins. That makes sense, right? Yeah, he's won 5. Right, he's won 5 wild cards
and 2
divisional rounds. I think it's 7. I bet you that's the.
So the question was most playoff wins without a Super Bowl appearance.
I'm gonna guess that's what it was. Yes.
Well, we can look that up.
Is that supposed to be? Is it going to be, meaningful to anything? It's a list. It's a list you'd like to never not be on for eternity.
Here are the coaches above him. There's no way he's the only one. No. Let's see. Shanahan, McVay, Tom Flores, Mike Fox, Mike Shanahan, Mike Tomlin, Jimmy Johnson, Lombardi, Madden, Dungy, Peyton, Paul Brown.
Yeah, Kyle Shanahan. Kyle Shanahan doesn't have more than 7.
He has 8.
So it's not okay. That's not the answer.
Well, he has a Super Bowl appearance.
Oh, Super Bowl appearance.
Yeah.
Super Bowl appearance.
Belichick, okay. Reed, Landry, Don Shula, Gibbs, Chuck Noll, John Harbaugh, Mike Holmgren. I think that might be the question.
Belichick. Albert Breer's on the Belichick's not the GOAT train this morning. Everyone's starting to jump on board. I've been here for years. Point out the Brady, the Belichick without Brady record. You're seeing that record on social media more than ever. 83 and 101, by the way.
Sure. The measured take on all this, I would like to say is he the GOAT? Maybe, maybe not. But the idea that he's a full-on fraud is probably just, is it Schadenfreude? How do you say that word?
Does it have to be?
Yes.
It does?
Yes.
Fraud for what, though?
You
fraud for being like one of the all-time coaches in football history?
The idea that he was never any good and Brady did it all. They won a Super Bowl 13-9, right?
They did.
That's not Tom Brady did something that day.
Right.
Was it 13-9? Was it
I think it was 13-9.
Was it
12, something.
Was it
something
13-3?
That 3 actually. I think the Rams got the 3.
That's not Tom Brady didn't win that game.
The record is really
okay.
It's there though.
Tom Brady lost a pair of Super Bowls in which his team didn't score many points. The 17-0 Patriots only scored 14.
Right.
And
I only know that because I usually use that against Eli.
How'd they lose that game? They lost that game because their offense couldn't do it. And what did Belichick do? They were fine. They held the Giants to 17 points. If I hold you to 17 in a Super Bowl, I should win. I did not wake up this morning thinking I was going to defend Bill Belichick. I don't want to do it anymore.
I think he is certainly not the greatest coach of all time. Though. That was undisputed 5 years ago.
I will settle for that 100%. I thought it was always overblown. I thought the Patriot way was always overblown.
Like what Breer's doing this morning is he's saying it's Reed.
Sure,
which that's actually where I've been for a couple of years.
I will
because what Reed did without Mahomes is vastly more impressive than what Belichick did without Brady.
That's true. However, that also touches a nerve for me because that pretends that Donovan McNabb was a bum, and that dude was really good. McNabb was really good.
He was
McNabb was not Mac
good.
Jones. McNabb was not late stage Cam Newton.
He wasn't Alex Smith.
McNabb was not Alex Smith. No, McNabb was really good.
He was a 6-time Pro Bowler, and he finished second in the MVP voting once.
Yes, he was really good. He's not a Hall of Famer, but he's really good.
Okay.
Anyway, Lions and Chiefs this
Belichick
week.
had Bledsoe, you know.
He did.
Not for as long, I think, though, as Reed had McNabb.
Sabres and Rangers tonight.
Fight off the opening faceoff, minus 200. It's the odds I'm setting for it. A lot of Gersten talk. The Sabres have a goon.
Isn't it Geertsen?
Geertsen, thank you. Right.
Mason Geertsen.
The Rangers, by the way.
All due respect, I love Marty. I don't exactly like the idea that Geertsen's going to raise the intensity at practice.
No, I didn't like the sound of that much. The Rangers, meanwhile, Matt Rempe
is on the power play.
He's on the power play. That's where they're at. All right, he's big. Park him in front of the net. That's the idea. The Sabres once did this with John Scott.
Yeah, I know, right? Like
I looked up the numbers. Actually, he played. What was it? He played 34 minutes of power play time in one season. Like that's not an experiment. You did that for half a year.
Yeah.
That's a bad Sabre team, but like goons on the power play standing in front. It's like, oh, he's big, put him up there. It never works.
Right. If you are doing that, fire your coach.
Right. Like
if your power play is so broken that you're like, what if
Geertsen ends up on the power play at some point this year, things are going terribly wrong.
What if we put a vending machine at the top of the crease?
Right.
I used to salivate when I was playing, when I knew that the team I was going up against would put out a guy like that in front, because I knew this guy's not going to do anything. I'm so big, I'm seeing right around him. It does not matter.
Right.
It's the same as a normal-sized guy.
Mm-hmm.
And then I know if there's a rebound here, I'm good. This guy's not doing anything with it.
Right.
This is easy. My job's done if I save the first one, and I could just hack them, and they don't care. They don't know. They're giant goons. Right. And I mean, watching that Rangers game, watching Rempe skate out there on the power play, I turned to the Bulldog, and I was like, is that Matt Rempe? And he refused to believe it for like 5 minutes.
Yeah.
He's like, that is not, there's no way. There's no way.
Yeah.
That is crazy.
The Bruins used to put Chara in front of the net for a while, and it never really looked good either. Like, coaches always feel like it's worth a shot, and I've never seen it actually work.
What's the equivalent in another sport? Like, what if you throw the big guy in the spot where it's, it takes a lot of skill to score inside?
Offensive lineman receiving a handoff on the goal line.
All right.
Or they'll put him at fullback a lot.
Alabama did that with the guy they threw the screen pass to.
That stuff works.
Yeah, right, where it's like ridiculous and it doesn't actually work out for you. It's a good question. Where in football that would happen. I can't think of another one.
It's a good question.
I don't know.
It'd be like putting... No, it'd be like early in the week. I said they should put Coleman on field goal block. It'd be like doing that, wouldn't it?
Yeah, I guess that.
Or how about receivers on Hail Marys? They do that a lot.
Oh, yeah.
Teams always. Remember when here we go. It's only one example of it, but remember the Kenyon Drake final second
when
touchdown?
Gronk was out there on defense, yeah.
It's like, and maybe you didn't know. If you were watching that game, this is an old Dolphins-Patriots game where Kenyon Drake, like they were lateraling the ball around, and he finds a hole, and he's racing to the goal line, and maybe you didn't realize it. Wait a minute, that's Gronkowski. And I think the play-by-play man on the Times like, Gronkowski, the last minute, and he dives for it. It's like, it didn't work. Why? Because you got a polar bear out there trying to tackle like one of the fastest players on the offense. And why was he out there? Because he was knocked down a Hail Mary. That's a good. It's Gronk on a Hail Mary.
Yeah,
is what it is.
Yeah.
On the defense.
803-0550 if you want to chime in. We need a Thursday three-way parlay to get to with. If you want to mix in the Sabres and Rangers, we could do that. But it's Eagles and Giants tonight.
We did never say it was a same game parlay.
No,
it's just a Thursday
three-way. So we'll do the Thursday three-way and, ride tonight. We're all going to the game, too, right?
Yes. We're going. What jersey will I wear tonight?
You know the jersey
Probably got to wear Max. Got to open the season with a Finnegan off always.
Do you feel not right wearing the black and red to a blue and gold game?
Sometimes.
Or do you not care?
No, I sometimes will. I'll think about that.
Yeah,
because I also have a blue and gold jersey. It's like I'll wear this to the blue and golds, and I'll wear the black and red to the black and reds.
The jersey that I wear the most that I have is the 40th anniversary one that they never wear. They wore for a year. The one with the buffalo on the crest, and it's got the cool stitching on the back.
At least that's the right colors.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's just my favorite one, and that's the one I wear all the time.
But you wear that to the black and red games?
I don't feel right doing that. No, black and red games.
You wear the black and red jersey.
Yeah, the problem with my black and red one, I have a Connolly one that is like a 3X So it's like it might not be 3X, but it's big, and the crest is actually peeling off.
Because it's so old.
Yeah.
Right, it's number 18, Tim Connolly.
That's right. I have a Connolly 18. I also
Which is really old.
I also have a Chatan red butter knives.
Where are that?
For the black and red games?
For the black and red games.
That's not a bad idea. All right. 803-0550, 1-888-550-2550. Thursday three-way coming up. So we could find out that they designate Maxwell Hairston for a return. IR designated to return. That opens a 3-week window to practice, and after the 3 weeks is up, you have to decide if he's on your active roster or he's done for the year. Right? Mm-hmm. Okay. They don't have to open his practice window today, but they could. They could do it at any point along the way. He's just on IR. The designation to return means we're going to see if this guy can come back. So he's not practicing yet. If they open that window, designated to return, that's good news. I think it means we can start to talk about him being on the field again. If they don't, that pushes it to next week. Once I'm at the 16th, now it's October 15th, it's a Wednesday. They're on the bye week, but whatever. Whenever they would do this, we are 4 weeks from the trade deadline. Less. It's already less than 4 from the trade deadline. The deadline is November 4th. So if he were designated to return today, 1, 2, 3 weeks, that means that right before the Chief game, he would either be on the active roster or done for the year. The Chiefs game is November 2nd. The trade deadline is November 4th. So your window to find out is kind of closing.
Yeah.
If this goes 2 more weeks and he's still not even designated to return, I mean, you're at Tre'Davious White and you don't even know what Dorian Strong, he's seen the specialist. Maybe we get an update on that today.
Yeah.
Like, could he be out for the year? Could he be out for, who knows?
It sounds like it really could be the year for
right.
him. Yeah.
And what I'm getting at is, like, the deadline itself is static. We know that. It's November 4th. So the deadline is November 4th. And with Hairston, if news doesn't start coming soon, it gets, I think, more and more likely that they're going to have to make a move to add a corner. And even if he does get designated to return, they still might want to do it because of Dorian Strong. Like, they're down a guy. Yeah. I don't know that I'm ready for the Bills, and I don't think they should be ready to go to guys that are behind Tre'Davious White on the depth chart when what they really need is somebody above Tre'Davious White. Well, Marty, tonight's the Sabres and the Rangers, and the season's set to begin. Let's start talking in goal, where things are uncertain. It might be the position that we're waiting to see the most from, because there are a lot of guys back there that are unproven, especially with UPL injured. So Alex Lyon likely gets the start tonight for the Sabres. What do you think about this goaltending room, tandem, group? I'm not quite sure what to call it, just because it's so in flux right now.
Yeah, I don't know what to call it either, Jeremy. It's a day by day, week by week kind of situation, right? And look, Alex Lyon was signed to a 2-year contract as a free agent. There was a reason for it. We all remember what he did with Florida a few years back. He actually got Florida in the playoffs 1 point ahead of the Sabres, and then Bobrovsky in the Boston series in the first round ended up taking it over. Florida loses to Vegas in the finals, but Alex Lyon got the Florida Panthers in the playoffs, and that started their streak of success. And he was good with Detroit, so he was brought in to be that that security blanket, the guy that you could maybe, if it's just a straight backup and he plays 25 games, he can do it. If you need more, he can do it. And now you're obviously being presented with a situation where, well, you know what? He's going to have to play early on, and we'll see what happened to Luukkonen. So I have full confidence in Alex Lyon to a point where I'm like, okay, he's never been like a number one goalie because he's not in the same, a group as the top guys, the Shesterkin, the Vasilevsky, the, Ottinger, the Hellebuck, whatnot. And that's fine. You don't need that. You just need to not be 29th in goals against. And I think that Alex Lyon helps you not being 29th in goals against, but there's many other factors that have to work out in front of him.
So the offense is there. Yes, no J.J. Peterka, but the addition of Norris and Tage Thompson right off the draw. Another win by Norris to the faceoff dot. And he rips that one in to make it 3-1.
This reminds me, make this request on the air. Dan Dale producing. When Chris Brown comes on Wednesdays, what day went? Mondays and Fridays, right? Could I have missed that by any more? We got to lead him in with Van Halen. I heard him talking yesterday on One Bills Live. Driving around, just rocking to Van Halen. Okay, so we got to deliver some Van Halen for Chris Brown on our Football Fridays and Football Mondays.
Well, this is not Van Halen.
No, this is Motley Crue. Kickstart My Heart.
Yeah. All right.
It is time. The Thursday night game. Remember we used to bet what celebrities would be in the stands? We got to bring that back, too.
Yeah. Well, what do you got tonight? New York?
The Ted Danson game. Must return.
Where is that guy? Come on. Give me a Ted Danson appearance somewhere. His most likely stadium is L.A.
Yeah, that's probably right.
New York. We're going to get...
Famous Giants fans?
Aaron Judge.
Hugh Jackman.
Would he... Yeah, you could show his face today. The Yankees lost, but he was great.
I got Daniel Radcliffe as a famous Giants fan, and George R.R. Martin.
Don't think we'll see him tonight.
No. Nobody's seen him in years.
No, he's working on his book for the last 10 years.
Yes, that's right. Which, by the way, did I see a new series is coming out in that universe?
Yeah, there's supposed to be a Jon Snow series coming out.
I thought they tabled that, and there's something else coming out instead.
I don't know.
All right, we'll delete this part of the show in editing. On to the Thursday three-way parlay. Each of us hits a leg.
We can include the hockey game, I believe.
That's right. And listen,
I've got a line from it that I do like tonight.
All right, well, it's not necessarily calling someone out. Someone's pick. For me, I'm going to go with Jackson Dart over on rushing yards. Over 35.5. He's rushed for over 50 in each of the last two games. He's running everywhere. That's not just scrambles. They are calling designed runs for him, too. Brian Dable with a quarterback that's all about vibes and, playing with his hair on fire. You're going to call some rushing plays for him. So Jackson Dart over 35.5 rushing yards to go with it.
All right. I'm going to throw a hockey line in here. Sabres and Rangers tonight. I'm going under 6.5 goals at -130. The Sabres are going to want to play that style. Shesterkin in net. I know he got chased twice last year, but he's still one of the best goalies in hockey. So I got like a 3-2 result being very likely here. 4-2 even gets you home with an empty netter.
Okay.
So I'm going to go under 6.5 for tonight's hockey game.
All right, there it is. Barkley over receiving, Dart over rushing, Sabres under 6.5.
Plus 479 is what I got for us.
Nice little modest one.
Yep.
Try to get one on the board here for us.
Got to hit one of these eventually here.
Is the Tage Thompson hat trick bat coming back for it must be for the big guy?
I'm hammering it. I know that. He's out of it. He's been out the last 2 days. He's sick, but I'll definitely get on him. Make sure he gets that in there.
Yeah. What are we looking at on odds on that?
It's like
so Sabres to win, right?
Yeah, Sabres to win.
And Tage to score a hat trick.
Tage to score a hat trick. If you want to juice it just a little bit more, you can go Dahlin for a point or an assist too. Because if Tage is scoring 3, probably one on the power play, probably one that Dahlin gets a touch on. So
okay,
that's always I like to add in the Dahlin point.
All right, Tage to score 3 or more. If I don't add Dahlin in, I'm already at plus 5,768.
All right,
which would be 10 to win 576.
I mean, he does that bet every night, and you hit it once. He puts $20 on it, and you lose every one but one, and you're like breaking even.
Yeah,
so it's a good. It's out there. It's there to be had.
All right, the Tage hat trick bet.
I'm definitely putting one in.
No thanks.
You don't want it?
Not tonight.
I'm also
you throw Dahlin to get a point. It doesn't even go up that much.
No,
it only goes up to 6,042.
Yeah, it doesn't do a big thing because it knows like with those other.
It's all game scripts. Yeah. Like you pick a Tage hat trick with under 3.5 goals scored. Like that's big because he would get the only 3 goals.
Yeah,
that's very unlikely.
Well, let's see who's passing him the puck.
Josh Norris.
He's a goal scorer. It's interesting they looked so good together because I was wondering about that. Like, are they going to mesh well? Are they going to have chemistry? Because they're both shoot first guys. Like both of their best seasons, they're generally going to score more goals than they have assists.
Yeah.
And Benson is more of a playmaker, but he's not like at a level yet where you're expecting giant numbers.
Yeah, he's not going to distribute 45 goals to those two guys.
But it might not matter. I mean, Tage and Norris looked fine together in the preseason, so the fact that they both are kind of shoot-first guys might not ultimately matter.
Do you want some instant trivia?
Yes.
Right off of the back of our Thursday three-way? Here we go, instant trivia. It's going to be Bills-Falcons this week. Josh Allen has thrown passes to 5, by my count, former Falcons.
Ooh.
Or players that have played
Falcons.
for the Falcons, the Bills and the Falcons. Josh Allen has thrown passes to 5 pass catchers that at one point would have played for the Atlanta Falcons. 5.
I already have one name because I know the Bills traded him there, Lee Smith.
Correct.
Yeah.
They traded him to Atlanta.
That's exactly.
How about Ray McLeod?
Correct.
I almost stopped because I didn't remember if he made it to a regular season.
Right.
Okay. Falcons.
I know. I never think about the Falcons ever. I don't know why. They're one of those blind spot teams for me.
Ray McLeod in 2018, 5 catches on 6 targets.
Okay.
Efficiency. Should I make sure that those were not Derek Anderson games? Because no, he didn't complete any passes.
You could double check if you want, but I think it's probably right.
Mac Hollins.
That is correct.
Good.
Mac Hollins is correct.
Okay. Who's played for Atlanta?
Ray McLeod caught a pass in the win over Minnesota. So, that would be from Josh Allen. 1 catch for 6 yards.
They signed Devontae Freeman, but I don't think he never played for the Bills. So that's not right. I feel like these are going to be early receivers.
Yeah, it's got to be, right? Because nobody's coming to mind recently.
Did Andre Holmes play for the Falcons? Andre Holmes.
Not Andre Holmes. Are you thinking of someone else?
Maybe.
Somebody in that vein?
Around that same time?
Andre Holmes played for the Bills in 2018 briefly.
Like rookie Josh we're talking about here?
Right.
Like Zay Jones never went to Atlanta. He went to Arizona. Deontay Thompson? No.
2019 and 2020, this Bills receiver caught 7 passes.
2019.
Everybody eats. This guy ate 7 times.
7 passes. He was here for 2 years, and he only caught 7 passes?
Yes, that's right. He had a different job.
Andre Roberts.
Andre Roberts is correct. So you've got...
Who I only remember, all the return stuff, the only thing I remember is he had a perfect pass thrown to him, bobbled it up in the air, and the Titans picked it off on a Tuesday, in which they started off a blowout.
You're missing one more.
Atlanta.
This is a little tougher, but you can definitely...
It's not like a lineman, is it?
It's not a lineman. No, it's not a lineman.
Tight end, maybe, then, I'm assuming.
The way he said that, it's not a receiver.
Right. Or running back, maybe. Running back.
It's not a running back.
Fullback. DeMarco.
Patrick DeMarco. Yeah.
And it wasn't the one that he threw 50 yards down the field to him in double coverage in overtime of a playoff game.
Yes.
It wasn't that one?
Not that one.
He caught other
He, of
passes.
course, played for the Falcons, too. So those are your Bills. Josh Allen targets that also
the Falcons.
Played for the Falcons.
All right.
Yeah, the Falcons, they've always had fun receivers, haven't they? Even before Julio.
Roddy White.
White and...
Andre Rison.
Yeah. Algie Crumpler wasn't a receiver, but I liked him as a kid.
Good name.
Yeah. And then they go right into Drake London.
Yeah,
he's really good.
He's very good.
He's awesome.
Roddy White's the name I was thinking of, though. Roddy White was great.
Roddy White,
I
yes, he
loved
was.
Roddy White.
He
was awesome. He is so underappreciated because he's not a Hall of Famer, right?
Yeah. Tony Gonzalez there for a little bit of time. Michael Jenkins.
Forgot about that. Roddy White had 1, 2,
Calvin
3,
Ridley.
4. He had 6 straight 1,000-yard seasons in which he had at least... Well, he had 1,200 or more in all but one, which he had 1,153. He was unbelievable.
Was Roddy White Colorado State? Why do I feel like that's... Where do you go to college?
No, Birmingham.
UAB.
Birmingham.
Okay, same colors, like green.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. I'm giving myself that win.
We'll remember some Falcons tomorrow.
Yes.
Warwick Dunn.
Ooh.
There'll be some good
Steven
ones.
Jackson. Jamal Anderson, of course.
Yep.
Anyway. If there's one player I'd be worried about matchup-wise for the Bills in this game, Bijan Robinson is a big deal. You got to get him on the ground, and the Bills are not good at tackling right now. Drake London worries me less than Darnell Mooney.
If he's healthy.
Yeah. If Mooney is ready, and I got Mooney against Trey White,
he's fast and he gets open. He's a separator.
Yeah, I think he's a nice player. And London is good, too. Very good. Better overall, but Mooney, just as a matchup, if he's healthy, I'd be worried about it a little bit.
Well, we'll find out today because he missed. He got hurt before the bye week, and the idea was that he wouldn't miss time, but they didn't have an update earlier in the week, so we'll see. Because if he doesn't play, I think the guy that goes in is McLeod. Ray McLeod goes in, I think, which is not as threatening.
803-0550. Extendo Sports on the way, and the Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show on WGR.
I wonder how much the blue line plays into that too, Marty, because they are big and strong, but it's beyond Darlene. I guess I wonder how aggressive they'll all be with this, because the Samuelson was at the center of that question last year after the Tage hit against New Jersey, and Power, of course, will get some criticism on that front. He's young. Even Timmons and Kessering, they have a lot of big bodies. I wonder how aggressive they'll be as a blue line overall, though.
So it's interesting because most coaches are going to talk about taking time and space away, closing in on the puck. And that's quickness, that's read, that's positioning. And I think the Sabres have been good at that. But it's the finishing the play, leaning on guys, clearing the front of the net. And when I was in Philly, I played with Darian Hatcher. And I remember playing against Darian Hatcher for a few years and thinking, man, this guy is so slow, he should just retire. And then I got to play with him, and I realized it's not about getting there. It's about winning the battle when you're presented with a battle. And I can tell you this, there was never anybody standing in front of the net. There was never anybody coming out of the puck with the puck when he was engaged in a one-on-one battle. Now, sometimes he didn't get to the corner in time, and he had to pick his battle. It's like playing, poker. Are you going to go in with the 2 and an 8? No, but if you have an ace king or pocket aces, you better lean on that. So that's what I want to see. Maybe that's more Samuelson and Timmins. Like, okay, you're not the fastest out there, but man, when you get there, lean and win that battle. So, Dahlin and Byram, they're going to get in the corners. They're going to take time and space away. They're going to close in really quickly. Power, I'm still waiting to see that. But if you're not going to get there in time when you're presented with the chance, lean and win that battle.
So we could find out that they designate Maxwell Hairston for a return. IR designated to return. That opens a 3-week window to practice, and after the 3 weeks is up, you have to decide if he's on your active roster or he's done for the year. Right? Mm-hmm. Okay. They don't have to open his practice window today, but they could. They could do it at any point along the way. He's just on IR. The designation to return means we're going to see if this guy can come back. So he's not practicing yet. If they open that window, designated to return, that's good news. I think it means we can start to talk about him being on the field again. If they don't, that pushes it to next week. Once I'm at the 16th, now it's October 15th, it's a Wednesday. They're on the bye week, but whatever. Mm-hmm. Whenever they would do this, we are 4 weeks from the trade deadline. Less. It's already less than 4 from the trade deadline. The deadline is November 4th. So if he were designated to return today, 1, 2, 3 weeks, that means that right before the Chief game, he would either be on the active roster or done for the year. The Chiefs game is November 2nd. The trade deadline is November 4th. So your window to find out is kind of closing.
Yeah.
If this goes 2 more weeks and he's still not even designated to return, I mean, you're at Tre'Davious White and you don't even know what Dorian Strong, he's seen the specialist. Maybe we get an update on that today.
Yeah.
Like, could he be out for the year? Could he be out for, who knows?
It sounds like it really could be the year for
him.
Yeah.
And what I'm getting at is, like, the deadline itself is static. We know that. It's November 4th. So the deadline is November 4th. And with Hairston, if news doesn't start coming soon, it gets, I think, more and more likely that they're going to have to make a move to add a corner. And even if he does get designated to return, they still might want to do it because of Dorian Strong. Like, they're down a guy. Yeah. I don't know that I'm ready for the Bills, and I don't think they should be ready to go to guys that are behind Tre'Davious White on the depth chart when what they really need is somebody above Tre'Davious White. Derek Jeter, I think he's defending the manager there, going after the GM Brian Cashman a little bit.
I read recently that the batting order, the lineup is more often now in the sport actually decided by the front office more than it is the manager. The manager's almost a middle manager for that. And he'll make the decisions once the game begins, but like the lineup card, yeah, like I'm looking it up now. Like this, maybe a few years ago, this started. So I don't know how rare that is that Boone didn't make the list.
All right, it's one of those moments. You know, Jeter's he's still with the Marlins organization on a large level. Like, do you want to manage the Yankees? Do you want that?
Terrible at it in Miami.
Do you want that job for the Yankees?
Will Judge get treated differently now? He was amazing in the series.
Well, put it this way.
But it was in the ALDS, and how many are going to do it in the World Series?
If you do it in a game that's not the elimination game, no one remembers. We pointed out multiple times last week, whenever you get the Diggs never showed up in an important game. He had back-to-back 100-yard receiving games in the playoffs, then they lost to the Chiefs, and it was he didn't do anything in the playoffs. So, yeah, the Judge Homer ends up being, oh, yeah, I remember that. It's how different is it than Danny Briere scoring a goal in Game 2 against Ottawa in the conference finals the year they lost 4 games to 1?
With 5 seconds left.
He scores with 5 seconds left. They lose in overtime. Joe Corvo had a shot, I think, that bounced off like 3 dudes and went in. So that goal doesn't count anymore. It's Jermaine Kearse. Seahawks receiver.
Bounced around 9 times.
One of the craziest catches in Super Bowl history, but Russell Wilson got picked off later on the drive, so it didn't count.
Yep.
Just the way that it goes. Anyway. All right. Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show's coming up. We'll see everybody at the Sabres game. Joe and I are going. If you see us, say hi.
Get that 2-foot chicken parm sub.
Get the chicken parm sub. Pumpkin spice milkshake. How about the big beer Sabre full of a pumpkin spice milkshake?
Ooh.
It's a lot of milkshake.
A lot of milkshake.
I don't think they have the beer swords yet. The beer swords are coming, but not yet. So anyway. All right, that's it for us. We'll see you tomorrow.